May 20th, 2025. Tonight we are amending the agenda. First, we are removing item 11D, the approval of the Briglia-Hundley contract. That will be moved to June 3rd. Department director presentations will be moved up to 11D, and we'll be adding item 11E and F, budget amendment and appropriations. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Please join us for a moment of silence, and Councilmember Cywilling, will you lead us in the pledge?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we're at public comment time. We have one person signed up for public comment. If you would please come up to the microphone, Mike Smith, and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the governing body. Well, for as full as this room is, I'm surprised I'm the only one with a public comment. I would like to make 2 comments, actually, and this is in regards to the agenda item 11B, the Safe Streets Vision Zero Action Plan. We live at the intersection of Manassas Drive and Colfax. Nearly every day for the past 5 years, we see near misses, accidents, distracted drivers, and speeding cars at that intersection. It's really dangerous, especially for people trying to make a left turn from Colfax Drive onto Manassas Drive. I understand you can't put a stop sign at every intersection, but we would really like to request some type of traffic calming method be researched. I think it's warranted based on the data. Also not included in the data is I've personally recovered 1 deceased pet in that intersection, and I know there have been others. Any loss of life is too much. Our poor animals didn't ask to have thousands of cars driving every day down our roads. Also looking at this data, I'm again asking the city to consider updating our 20-year-old driveway restrictions and encourage residents to put in a reasonable percentage-based amount of off-street parking. I can't turn around and not trip over a car that's been sideswiped or that's blocking visibility of intersections. Anything we can do to reduce the number of cars parked along the sides of our crowded residential streets would have a proportional reduction in the number of sideswipes, hit and runs, and accidents in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who's not signed up who would like to make public comment? All right, seeing no one, we will move on. Tonight we have a public hearing. Our public hearing is regarding granting a transmission and distribution easement to Virginia Electric and Power Company. I declare the public hearing open. Do we have a presentation? Dean?
Oh, I don't have a presentation. No, I'm sorry. I didn't know if there was one. You were talking to someone else, but this is what we discussed before when we asked for the permission to get a license agreement. The license agreement is shown in the agenda packet, although you're not being asked to approve that or anything. That's just what was sent over. I don't know if we ever received anything back. I suspect not, because they had they didn't like some of the language in there that they might have to remove anything that they installed if you guys didn't approve the easement. So I don't believe there's any action on that. It's just the transmission easement or an easement agreement. Really all it does is it removes a dog leg in the current utility line easement. If you're over there in the VRE parking lot, you'll see these overhead, these big distribution power lines, and right now it kind of jogs off down a little bit towards, or I guess that would be east at that point, or the southeast. This would just bring it back more into alignment with the rest of the line. It allows the city then at some point in the future, if we decide to put a parking garage on that side of the railroad tracks, and maybe use that for some sort of development, those overhead power lines won't restrict as much as they do right now. So anyway, that's all. This is just to get that. Now, as part of the overall project, I'm sure Steve Hall can explain it better than I can, but as part of this, we're going to get, they're doing some work in Blooms Park as well to replace those power lines in there. We're getting some resurfaced trails in there, so that's a benefit to us. And then also the temporary road they're putting in there, I think we're going to be able to use that as well. So anyway, this is substantially the same language as was approved and granted back, I think, in the 1993. So we wanted to keep it as similar as possible to that language, so we didn't have like a little weird jog that was slightly different. So it pretty much tracks it. But any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
All right, thank you, Dean. Questions, comments, starting down to my right?
No. No questions.
No question.
None. All right. Motion to close the public hearing?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries. This will be voted on tonight as item 10A. All right, recognitions. First up is our recognition of Keith Wynn. So I'll go first. Today we're saying our farewell and offer our sincere thanks to Keith, who has been a vital part of our city team for the past 6 years. During his time with us, including his service as acting city manager, Keith has brought intelligence, dedication, and a strong sense of responsibility to everything he did. From budget planning to economic development, Keith's work touched every corner of our city operations. He is always responsive, always thoughtful, and always willing to go the extra mile, not just behind the scenes, but out in the community. His presence at city events and his pride in both his work and in the city itself were always evident. Keith, we truly appreciate your contributions and your leadership. You've made a lasting impact, and we wish you nothing but the best in your future endeavors. We're going to miss you. And we'll go. We'll go down the line this way first. Anyone? Thank you, Keith, for your service.
Thank you for your service, Keith. It's been a true honor and pleasure to serve with you and get to know you and everything you've done for all the residents and for the staff. Thank you.
Wish you well and hope that you accomplish all your goals, and thank you so much for your time here at Manassas Park, and it's been a pleasure having worked with you, even though it was a little bit tiny time, but it was good to get to know you better.
As I said earlier, Keith, in the reception we had before, the city owes you a debt of gratitude for your amazing, dedicated service to the city of Manassas Park and the residents here. You've been someone that, as for myself, that I could go to get straight information, facts, data, for which I'm able to make my decisions based on. And I just greatly appreciate that you made that a part of who you are. Yeah, I mean, you've stepped up. You've stepped up and became our interim city manager. Whenever we've called you to do something, you've done that. Also, I want to just say not only your service to our city, but I applaud and appreciate your service to our country and the dedication. I appreciate your service. The city's going to miss you. I'm going to miss you and just appreciate you so much. I'm really glad that tonight we're able to meet your family. You have a cute son, Nathan, who I know will be proud of his dad and is proud. But it's just great to see and just wish you all the best in your future endeavors. And hopefully you'll come by and we'll get a chance to chat with you again.
You know, just building on what I said earlier in the reception, I feel like all of the my interactions with you, both in the EDA and the council, have been coming from a place of sincerity and public service. And so I appreciate that, and I wish you well in your next endeavor.
Well, thank you, Keith. We know this city has challenges, and it's proud to have people that are proud to come to work and step up to those challenges, and you've done that throughout the years. And it's been a pleasure working with you, and the detailed emails that you sent out with your detailed explanations, appreciate it, and hope whatever you learned here, you take that with your future endeavors and on your next steps. But thank you for everything you've done to the city.
Keith, if you'll come up, we have something to give you, and then maybe we can all get a picture, and then you could say a few words at the big microphone. Come on down. It's from all of us.
Down there. Appreciate it.
I'll keep this short since I know we have a long meeting. Just really grateful for the opportunity. You know, this was my first local gov career 6 years ago. So thanks to Mr. Palco for bringing me on for my first opportunity. And thank you to all of you for having confidence in me these last few years, especially the last couple of years, you know, when I was the deputy and so forth. Just an amazing experience. Learned a lot, which is, you know, to your point, will set me up well for whatever I do next. So really appreciate the opportunity. You never forget your first one, so I always remember this one. And then to the staff, really appreciate working with them, you know, through a lot of challenges over the years, and they work really hard. You know, we know this, and I'm gonna miss a lot of them for their true dedication. Really, that's what I'm gonna miss the most. So, but I'm here, local, so I'll stop by for first Friday.
Thank you, Keith. All right, next up, we have recognition of Mark Rowland for his outstanding service to the city. Whereas the governing body of the City of Manassas Park are extremely grateful for the great service provided to our community by all of our employees, and whereas the governing body desires to recognize outstanding performance of our employees as they accomplish important projects, innovative solutions, and are recognized by residents or partners in our community and their region for outstanding work. And whereas Mark Rowland has been an integral part of the city's Department of Public Works for over 35 years. He has risen through the ranks from crew worker to crew leader, and finally to senior crew leader of the Streets Division. And whereas Mark has embodied the definition of dedication through his positive, can-do attitude, willingness to support and mentor dozens of crew workers over the years, and lending a helping hand wherever necessary. And whereas Mark's work for the city was never easy, he spent many cold days conducting snow removal and long cold nights repairing water main breaks. And whereas Mark was a staple of support at the city's annual fireworks show and other city events, Mark was a team player through and through, often grabbing a shovel and getting to work without anyone asking for help. And whereas Mark has been a key component to numerous city projects, to include the Mosby Drive culvert replacement, the Denver Drive culvert replacement, mill and pave projects for city sidewalks and streets, and even the water meter project. And whereas Mark has been an outstanding employee to the city and an even better friend, coworker, and mentor to his colleagues. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the governing body hereby recognizes the great service and accomplishments of Mark Rowland of the Department of Public Works of Manassas Park. Be it further resolved that this employee is awarded with a Performance Spotlight Award Certificate for his outstanding service by the governing body. Do I have a motion?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Motion carries. And we have a certificate. Come down. We're getting up a lot this meeting. It's gonna be a long one.
Bring some calendars.
Yes.
Oh, we're going down.
Except Michael, you can stay.
Next down.
I just wanted to take this opportunity to say a few words about Mark. I'm Calvin Odell, the Director of Community Development. I started working with Mark back in 2006, and when I moved to the Public Works Building in 2008, got to see him every day. I've known him as Little Mark. I think that's because back then there was another Mark to differentiate him from, because he's always been the big Mark, the real Mark, the one and only Mark. But he's been here for 35 years, as the resolution said. There's not a job in this city that's public works related that he hasn't done. Probably a lot of jobs that aren't public works related that he has done. He's, at concrete, asphalt, pavement markings, traffic signal work, you name it, mowing grass. He headed the grass mowing operation before he went to contract. So when these guys try to tell him or ask him how he knows what they should be doing, it's because he did it. He led it. He did the operation for the city forever. Snow removal, water breaks, water meters. The special events work and the election setup, Mark was always the default guy to go to. He works so well with people, and people all over the city just love little Mark. He's a dedicated employee, but he's also a pillar of the community. He raised a family here. He's lived here for a long, long time, and he's going to live here hopefully for a little while longer so that we get to see him. But his dedication, he's always the first to come and the last to leave. He lives right around the corner, but he's 45 minutes early to a 7 o'clock shift. I lived here, Wayne's lived here. We're not always that early. But, little Mark's always the first to show up and the last to leave. And, he, as a shift supervisor for snow removal, that's a tough job. You all of a sudden get thrust into these 12-hour shifts, working day and night. And he'd be early then and last then, just to make sure the transition goes well. It's real dedication, and you have to want to work. And Mark always wanted to work. And this retirement announcement is bittersweet because it's nice to see Mark get some free time and get to enjoy a little bit of non-work, but it's such a huge void he's going to leave here. I mean, it's a huge void, and the only thing that makes that void easier for us to fill is the fact that he's such a good supervisor and that he's so good with the crew guys, young and old, that he's passed down his knowledge to everybody. And that's going to make it a little easier, but we're still going to miss him like crazy. We're hoping that he gets some time to enjoy some fishing, even though Sheila always catches the bigger fish. We're really hopeful that Mark's going to come back and fill one of those part-time leadership roles we have, because we need him to continue to pass on his knowledge to young staff. And Mark, we're going to miss you, and it's not going to be the same not having you around, but we'll be bugging you every once in a while when we need to know something the only you know. So thank you.
Well, we say, Mark, after 35 years, you got two things now. You can sleep in, and then you can now complain about the potholes now. You have the right to complain about that.
All right, next up is proclamation, the month of May as Foster Care Awareness Month. Whereas Virginia's children and youth are our hope for the future, and we assert that all children deserve a safe, loving, stable, and nurturing home. And whereas families, serving as the primary providers of love, identity, self-esteem, and support, are the very foundations of our communities and our Commonwealth. And whereas a child's success is best supported in a child welfare system that is family-focused, child-centered, and community-based, and preserving families is the primary goal of the child welfare system. And whereas while Virginia has over 4,500 children and youth aged 18 and younger in foster care, there are at least 3,700 children and youth supported by a network of more than 5,300 dedicated, approved kinship, foster, and adoptive families. And whereas Manassas Park has 10 children and youth aged 18 and younger in foster care, supported by a network of foster families. And whereas kinship families and foster families play a crucial role in serving as support, not a substitute, for the parents of children in foster care to make family reunification possible. And whereas many kinship families and foster families create permanency for children in foster care through adoption when those children cannot be safely reunited with their birth families. And whereas through the partnership among kinship, foster, and adoptive families, child welfare staff, and public and private child-serving organizations, efforts are made to ensure that voices are heard and support offered for the transition of youth and young adults to successful independence. And whereas we honor and celebrate the enduring contributions of kinship, foster, and adoptive families during National Foster Care Awareness Month, and recognize the outstanding service and commitment kinship, foster, and adoptive families provide to Virginia's children and youth, while recognizing that foster care supports entire families. Now therefore, I, Alana Mensing, Mayor of the City of Manassas Park, do hereby proclaim May 2025 as Foster Care Awareness Month in the City of Manassas Park, Virginia. And I call this observance to the attention of all of our citizens. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Randy, would you like to take the proclamation? All right. Career and Technical Education Work-Based Learning Presentation. Thank you so much for coming out tonight. You have a large group.
We roll deep in CTE. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the governing board. My name is Lisa Wolf. I am the STEM, CTE, and gifted coordinator for Manassas Park City Schools. So I work with programs K-12. Here tonight, I'm here to talk to you about our CTE programs. I know that we have a packed agenda tonight. I love what I do. I'm incredibly proud of these students, these programs, the things that we do, and yet I'm going to try to go fast. So in the interest of time. So if we go over something too quickly, you have more questions, there are methods for the city council to communicate with the school division that you can submit questions that way, and we can follow back up later in the interest of everyone's time tonight. So thank you for this opportunity. As I said, we are incredibly proud of what we do and are happy to share it with all who are interested. Maybe? So, in the school divisions, everything that we do is guided by our strategic plan. In CTE specifically, we see Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 as critical pieces of the work that we do. We are continuing to reimagine the school experience. We're having students out in the workplaces. We are bringing work into our school building. We're creating health, partnerships for health sciences pathways, et cetera, et cetera. We also, those opportunities and those reimagined experiences live and breathe with building connections to the community. So those two pillars, I mean, we also like to be safe in our spaces, but specifically Pillar 1 and 2 guide the work that we do in CTE. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, there are 17 recognized career clusters across CTE. In Manassas Park, we offer 8 of those 17 clusters. And I won't read, I know I'll read the slide, so I'm not going to read it all to you, but you can see those are our numbers. The teachers that we have, the number of sections in our middle school and our high school for our CTE classes, minutes, enrollment. We have 78 dual enrollment students. Some of them are here with us tonight. Proud to say that Manassas Park High School is the only high school in our area that I know of with 4 dual enrollment marketing and business classes offered as a part of our regular course offerings. So you can see the clusters that we do have. Some of them, if you know some folks that might be into early childhood education, they're looking to be a career switcher, you can send them our way. We would love to get that pathway back online in reality. Because we know we have students with that aptitude and that interest, and we know that the school division has need of teachers that we would like to grow up and then come back and hire for our programs. Another just quick note, so anywhere for the governing body that you see a blue link in there, I'm not going to click that tonight, again, in the interest of time, but if you're interested, you should have access to the extra documentation that's found there. So some of our highlights coming up for the next school year are listed on this page. 1, we absolutely are invested in continual improvement and growth. A specific example of that I will highlight that's directly connected to the city in a little bit. So the idea is we do it really well for a tiny group of kids, and then we do it a little bit better for a few more kids, and try to do that purposeful growth in manageable ways. Manassas Park is small but mighty, and we are known for doing things like that, and so we continue in that tradition in our CTE programs. We are increasing our credential offerings. So a credential is a workforce documentation or a certification that says you have a certain set of skills to add to your resume. So we are trying to maximize the number of credentials our students leave high school with. So I want you to leave high school with a high school diploma, a certified nurse aide certification, maybe CompTIA, maybe a cybersecurity, like as many. The idea in CT is to stack them up there. So I don't want you to just have one, check the box for graduation requirement, that's good. But I would like you to have 3 and 4 and more if possible. So we're working on that, and that plays into our 3E readiness for the school accreditation. So it helps out kids, helps out the school division, all those things. We are also looking to explore dual enrollment trades options. We know that Manassas, Northern Virginia Community College's Manassas campus has a phenomenal trades facility, and we are looking to explore options where we can bring those kinds of courses into our programs for our students. And some of our students will talk a little bit about that later today. We're as the aforementioned teacher shortage, right? So we are looking to recruit and retain high quality staff. And so part of my work is doing that wraparound to our teachers. They've got content knowledge, our career switchers. They don't necessarily have the pedagogy of the classroom yet. So I'm going to take you and have you be the expert in health and medical sciences. You can teach medical terminology, but let me help you learn how to connect with kids, design a rubric, create assessments that are meaningful. So we're going to continue that work, and we have the wonderful Ms. Fatin Hamad that is doing amazing things with our high-quality work-based learning, and she will talk to you more about that later. So those are our priorities for the coming school year. This program right here, our Claude Moore Scholars Program, is something we actually just recognized last night with our CNA capstone project presentations, which was a culminating event for our cohort 2 of our nurse aid program. So it's our second graduating cohort of students that are, again, leaving high school with a high school diploma and the option to go directly into the workforce should they be interested. Many of our students do go into the workforce. A lot of them go and work and also go to college at the same time. So our goal in CTE, and my goal specifically for Manassas Park, is to make sure that our students leave high school with options. I want you to be able to have a choice about what you do, and if you think you know what you want to do and you try it and you hate it or you just fall flat on your face, I want you to have another option. So the idea is that we're packing them with as much experience and certifications and exposure to things that they can make the choices that they need to grow and pivot and change as needed. I am a person that has lived and worked in Manassas Park for the last 23 years. I'm a rarity. People don't stay in jobs for 23 years anymore, so our kids need to leave and know how to pivot and grow and change to meet the needs of the workforce and their interests. But I digress. So we are adding to our health sciences program. So in addition to nurse aid, we are going to have an EMT pathway starting in the fall. That EMT pathway, I'm proud to say, is in direct partnership with Manassas Park Fire and Rescue. In fact, they are sharing their training classroom with us, so our students will be actually doing their learning at the Manassas Parks Fire and Rescue Firehouse here on Manassas Drive. Our students are going to take the bus up to the top of the hill. They're going to check in with the training staff there. The instruction is going to be provided through SAGE training. They will get ride time with our firehouse. They will get patient contacts through the MAP clinic over near the community center. So it's going to be a program that is just seeped. Like it's just completely in Manassas Park. So it's Manassas Park kids, Manassas Park's fire and rescue staff, Manassas Park clinics. And then hopefully they come back and they serve Manassas Park and fill the workforce need that we have. We hope that that is just the start of how we can create very specific connections with our high school programs and the city needs. So that we want our kids to stay here, we want them to contribute to our community, and we think opportunities like this EMT pathway is the perfect way to set up those establish those connections to the community. One of the things that Manassas Park has become known for down in Richmond is the quality of our student work. So I do a lot of things. And any time that I can employ or twist the arms of teachers and then therefore students to help me out with that work, I try to do that as much as I can. So I am required to complete surveys for student data about what they're interested in, what they want to take, when I want to add new courses. I also have to do comprehensive local needs assessments, and so I need to know how students are feeling about our programs. And so our dual enrollment marketing students are often the people that I go to. And I won't talk about the specific work that they get. Again, there are links in here where you can actually see their written reports. This is 100% them. They created it all. They did all the legwork. They analyzed the data, and they can share. I will allow them to share their work with you. And so we'll start with our new CTE course survey. This is the one that I mentioned about exploring dual enrollment trades. And so we'll have Ahmad and Joel. Come on up.
How you doing? Thank you for having me. So me and some other classmates, we were asked to research on our new CTE courses. We did a survey on having for 3 classes, automotive, HVAC, and also electrician, and a lot of our students were highly interested on them, as we can see in the pie chart. We did a survey on it, and basically that's it.
Hello everyone. So the 3 most popular trade-related courses that everyone wants to see at Manassas Park High School include automotive technology, welding, and HVAC. We surveyed over 330 Manassas Park 9th graders, 10th graders, and 11th graders, and they really want to see more trade-related courses at Manassas Park High School.
All right. So to differ from their survey, we did existing courses, and we just took a look at the courses that we currently offer that the students do enjoy. So we interviewed the same amount of people, around over 300 from 9th grade, 10th grade, and 11th grade. So they're going to go ahead and share some more findings from that.
All right, good evening, guys. One important thing that we found in our research was that approximately only 8% of students were interested in our current computer information systems program, which is a low percentage if you deem it compared to the rest of the student population. One reason for this might being is because the class is offered virtually, and sometimes virtual classes aren't often as taken seriously as in-person classes. So one thing that we also found out was that approximately 31% of students would find interest in a potential public law and policy course, which is what we think we should replace it with in that case.
Hello, everybody. For our course and for our survey, we found out that 68.1% of students did agree with the classes that we did offer at Manassas Park and said that they were beneficial to their careers outside of high school. As our student was saying, that they did believe in that law and public safety was going to be, that they were interested in that. They also said that independent living was the most beneficial class for them outside of high school.
Good evening. Both the CTE course survey and the Pathways survey were distributed during the lunch periods of the students, primarily for, as was previously mentioned, 9th grade over to junior, as their opinions matter the most to the school, and the way that we distributed the survey was through advertisements on the televisions within the lunchrooms, and some of our students took time out of their day during the lunch period to hand out flyers with QR codes for the students to take surveys.
So as you can see, we like to put the kids to work in the best way. I wanted to do a little bit of an overview for some of our work-based learning programs that we've had going on. My position, the work-based learning coordinator position, has only existed for a little over 1.5 years. In that time, we have grown exponentially. One of the things that's not quite in here is for our student body, we have about a little under 1,200 students. This year, we've already offered 536 work-based learning experiences for our students. Many of these students are the product of that. So a couple of things that we've done some career and job exposure, including Aviation Career Day, which was in collaboration with obviously the Manassas Airport, Prince William County, and Manassas Park and Manassas City. The UVA Health Partnership, we've had our students complete clinicals at the Haymarket location, and the Prince William location, our Manassas location, offered a wonderful experience to 65 of our students that are in the health pathways. Dream and Nova has been a wonderful partner. One of the things that they've done is we don't offer cosmetology at our school, and they started an after-school club for cosmetology that they funded completely. And they brought in industry experts, and they had 15 students that came every Monday throughout the year, and that's something that we just met yesterday will continue for next year. Our I2I conference, which was for all of the Northern Virginia school divisions, there were about 2,000 students there. Of those 2,027 were Manassas Park students, and you can see they always represent really, really well. And I can't tell you how many compliments Ms. Wolf and I got throughout that about the way our students perform and they present themselves. We had several collaboration events every Tuesday and Thursday. There we were hosting a different type of event. Industry experts, we had somebody come in and talk about financial literacy, careers in autopsy. Manassas Park Fire and Rescue was kind, and of course they came. We've had IT industries, every industry you can think of, we had them come in so the students could hear from the experts. We had our partners at the Jim Rowe Foundation actually sponsor a trip to Northern Virginia Community College, and we took 30 students to see the trades. Not only did we go and visit the trades, then Nova came back with our friends from the Jim Rowe Foundation and did a follow-up to get some of those students enrolled in those trade programs. So it's not like, oh, you went on a trip, you learned, and now we're enrolled. And there will be exciting information. I was going to ask if I could say the scholarships. And 4 of those students have been awarded scholarships through the Jim Rowe Foundation. And they'll be celebrated on June 7th in Old Town Manassas at Centerville Brewery if you guys would like to come. Our school division was invited to partake in 4 national radio shows. So our business students, some of these wonderful kids, took part in a national radio show that's broadcast on 132, I believe, different channels throughout. #1 business radio show, so Real World Leaders, look them up. Look up Manassas Park. We were on 4 times this year. Our adaptive and special education students did 11 different experiences. So we want to definitely thank our partners, Food Lion, Grace Methodist, CVS, Krispy Kreme was our newest one. Those guys take it very seriously. And they were throughout the community, and one of the really nice things we did this year was make sure that they had shirts that said, "I'm a cougar at work." So I'm not just, somebody who's here sorting shelves, doing whatever. They are at work, and they take it very seriously. They're clocking in, they're clocking out, and those students are, of course, part of our work-based learning experiences. Our intern and externships are growing exponentially. Some of you know, some of you guys have hosted some of our students, and we appreciate that. We have students that have worked with our adaptive learning students because they're interested in becoming special educators. Our neighbors right down Euclid at Americans are taking some of our trade students on, and they have them working full-time in the summer. Bookworm Central has taken some of our business and marketing students. Project Menda House, which is a local nonprofit that works to better homes for disadvantaged families, they've had some of our interns. Birmingham Green has not taken our students on just for healthcare. They've actually taken them on for nutrition services, business, marketing, and human resources. And our very favorite, our Manassas Park Help Desk is actually run by students. It's a student-run help desk. They support 2,000 devices every single day. So I think that's pretty impressive. These are some of our favorite highlight pictures. You can see our nurse aid cohort, all 10 of them. We have our students from the I2I conference. We were invited for an apprenticeship fair. That's a Northern Virginia sponsored event where we took students to learn about apprenticeships and trades. Our students that are working with the adaptive, of course, the aviation. We had 10 young ladies that, with the permission of our school division, which we appreciate the flexibility. Thank you, Dr. Saunders and Charles. They let the students have an excused week out of school where they go and they earned their OSHA 10 certification. They also earned a roofing certification. So that was for National Women in Roofing, and of course our help desk people who are super powerful. And these are some of our wonderful partnerships. One of the things that has come, especially from the Women in Roofing, is that we have also been featured for the National Women in Roofing in a national campaign, and they were recognized for their work with Manassas Park and what they've done. This is our 3rd year participating, and each year they've increased the number of students. Not only do they give the students a ton of investment in terms of the training, paying for the OSHA, paying for them to get their roofing certification. They also give them equipment. So when the students graduate from that program, they leave with a bag that says that they can go and go to work the next day. So here's a little highlight video.
Today we're here at the GF Academy at the Beacon Roofing Supplies in Manassas, Virginia. This is the Build University Academy that we prepare for the girls. These girls are from Manassas Park, and in conjunction with National Men Roofing, several contractors, and Beacon, we are doing this today. This is a week-long class, so they've been here since Monday. They are learning how to install steep slope roofing, all the components. They're installing shingles now. They're almost done with their activity for today. Go to get lunch, do headshots for the girls.
It turns out that the roofing industry needs roofers, and in the roofing industry as a whole, there are very few women roofers, and very few women are exposed to roofing. This industry is growing and growing for women, so we thought it was a good place to start, was to introduce people to roofing and give them a week-long education about how to actually install a roof.
They have some sample A-frame rooftops that they have that it's at ground level, so they can be able to install, from the deck up, where they put the underlayment, the shingles, the drip edge, all that stuff, which I think is key in what they're learning, because it gives them not only do they have the knowledge, but they have the hands-on. And when you combine those two, usually it has a much deeper effect on how you see it and how much you learn from it. So I think it's a really good program to have.
They want this to look really pretty. Every step of the way, they want it done correctly. If they don't mess up and then keep going, they mess up, take it off every single time, and I don't get that from the other side.
Women are we just bring a different perspective to the industry. Well, women in construction overall is a really, really small percentage of, the people in the construction industry. And women in roofing specifically only makes 2% of the roofing industry.
I feel like a lot of women don't realize what they can do in this industry, and there's room for them, and a lot of room, right? They have natural talent, they have the attention to detail. They can do a lot of the stuff that we can do. As men, they can sell, they can roof, they can own businesses. This empowers these young ladies to be able to do this in the future.
So with the establishment of Build University, we know that we will be deepening our community involvement. We will be continuing to support young people who are interested in the roofing business, and we look forward to working more and more with all of the high schools in our area.
Thank you guys for your time and your support. We appreciate it. Just one last thing. In true Manassas Park fashion, we work hard to create things even where we have holes in things. So the Roofing Academy experiences with UVA Health. If I can't offer you a class, I'm going to offer you an experience. And we can't do that without the support of Mr. Forrest and Dr. Saunders and the governing body and our school board. And so I just want to say thank you and just let you all know the amount of gratitude that we have for the trust that you all put in us, and the funding, the support, the leeway that you give us to create the things that are powerful for students. So thank you for listening to us tonight. We appreciate the opportunity.
Well, thank you so much for coming out. Our students are truly lucky to have you two ladies. What an amazing experience that they get all before leaving high school. And thank you so much to you students for coming out. You presented beautifully, and best of luck in your careers. You guys are going to do great. I'll start down here.
Just wanted to say thank you. It's been tremendous growth since I was on the school board, and to now just seeing all the involvement you have in the local community and extended community. I think now is a time where it's truly pivotal. We need to keep going, and thank you for your administrative leadership, and thank you to the student leadership that you've provided. So best of luck.
I want to say congratulations to y'all. Y'all did a great job in presenting and just what you're doing, because it's a ticket to the middle class. Everybody thinks you have to go to college, and you're coming out with a career. You'll have a career that's paying what people come out of college, and a lot of people come out of college, they can't find work, but you're going to be working. You just got to be responsible with that money. That's it. So good luck on everything. Congratulations.
Thank you so much for all that you do for the students. It's been such a growth. My daughter graduated, I think, 3 years ago, and I've seen so much change in the last 4 years. Even though COVID hit us really hard, I am so proud to see all the work that's being done, and I'm so proud of the students, and I'm glad that you're showcasing the great things that you do for our kids, and I think that it's just gonna get better, and go Cougars. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, it's just so obvious how your excitement was infectious, and no doubt the leadership is having a huge role in our young students, and just appreciate your dedication to our students. And to the students, a great presentation. Very, it's amazing the survey that you guys conducted, and to be commended for all your hard work, and greatly appreciate your presentation tonight.
Thank you both for coming out and do the presentation, and for the students, awesome presentation as well. Thank you.
Thanks for coming out. This video was awesome.
Yeah.
Very exciting that
Yes.
they highlighted Manassas Park students. That's very
It's a Manassas Park exclusive.
right. Exactly. That's awesome. And I love it when our youth take initiative on their own futures. It's a proud moment for me. You know, seeing my own kids when they have the entrepreneurship or their ideas. I do have questions though about the program, if I may. What grade level does it start? Is it just seniors? Is it juniors? Can freshmen enroll? When do these programs can be available?
The work-based learning programs?
It depends on the program you're talking about.
Okay, let's do both then, I guess.
So, for the work-based learning programs, we actually offer different ones depending on the student and depending on the courses that they take. So, plenty of our students that went to the UVA health experience, we had lots of freshmen and sophomores. There are some things that are specific, for example, the roofing, they have to be over 16.
Oh, okay.
But we offer so many different types of experiences, so it can start day one of your freshman year and go all the way until, like a couple of these folks that are interning this summer. I'll follow you all the way till August after you graduate. Yeah.
So does your program meet state requirements for graduation, or is it just a separate certification they get alongside with their
You
diploma?
want me to take this one?
This is a long answer, hold on.
Oh.
Buckle up.
So, I'll make it as brief as possible. One, the DOE is making lots of changes to CTE and work-based learning, so that's a bit of a moving target.
Okay.
There are some experiences that meet graduation requirements, not all of them do.
I see.
But that's part of why it's helpful to have our team be growing, so that there's more than one person that has this knowledge and can be working on creating the types of experiences that help with graduation as well as just exposure and whatnot. From the federal funding level, CT is technically 5th grade to 12th grade. In terms of what the federal, Perkins is the federal grant that funds CTE programs. So that's kind of the window of those things. And then throughout, when you talk about work-based learning, you talk about course offerings, you talk about experiences. It's like anything else in education. There's a continuum, right? So you start with just awareness, and then you at the upper elementary level, and then you move on into more exploration at the middle school level, so you're getting a little bit more serious, and maybe there are some guest speakers, some mild job shadowing, whatever. Then you move up into the high school level where you're really getting those experiences, and you want to get yourself immersed into a space to see, hey, you know what? I think I might be really good at coding, and I do this at home. But guess what? When I go into that place, it's not fun. Nobody talks to each other. And then somebody else might go in and, this is perfect for me. I don't have to talk to anybody. I can put my headphones on and just lock into my work. So it's that continuum, right? So you want to be aware, and then you want to get exposed to a little bit more, and then you want to actually experience it to create those options and awareness so you can leave high school.
So these programs have a pathway, I know to Nova, I'm assuming, to them. But how
Sure.
about the technical, like the ECPI universities and stuff like that, where you can finish your technical training, start it in high school, finish it in a year and a half, that, you get that training back there. Is there?
Again, it depends on the program, but yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
there's-
that's the
there's
idea.
pathways. Okay, good.
In
Yeah.
fact, we are required when we add new courses to put, and actually annually to submit with our federal Perkins grant, a plan of study for at least one pathway a year where we lay all that out. This is what it looks like at middle school. These are the courses you might take in high school, and it connects to this associate's degree and bachelor's degree or whatever. So that's part of what we are mandated to do when we talk about CTE programs.
Excellent.
Mhm.
Thank you, that's all.
So just real quick, you had mentioned we're recognizing students doing where and when, you said?
Yes.
So,
I didn't catch it all, I was gonna write it down.
So the Rowe family is actually one of the, 50 years ago, was part of the first set of students and people that were part of Manassas Park becoming a separate entity. And then Jim Rowe, who the foundation is named after, worked as a director of maintenance for Manassas Park City Schools for a long time. So his sons have started this foundation in honor of their father, and they have chosen to work with Manassas Park specifically as they're just getting started. So it's June 7th in Old Town Manassas. It's a fundraiser, and also the 4 scholarship recipients will be recognized at that event. And anybody that wants a specific information about it, you can shoot me an email and I'll send you the details.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you, guys. I don't know what you want me to do with this. Okay. Thank you all, you have been very wonderful.
All right, next up, we have Rachel Kirkland with the MBCS Leadership Cohort.
Yeah, I'm gonna need your help. All right, you said left?
You have to close this. Is that you?
Yeah, I think that's the old one. That's okay. All right.
It's just left button in there.
Left one, okay. All right, Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, governing body members, thank you so much for having me. I just wanted to tell you about when I came to interview for the City Council, I mentioned wanting to do the leadership cohort, and it was an idea that a brilliant associate superintendent in the city of Manassas had done several years ago. And I thought it should be replicated over here. As you all know, I served 15 years on our school board. And over the course of that time, only 3 times I went unappointed or unchallenged, in part because there's this dearth of information about the schools and what it takes to be a board member, and you know, there's a void of knowledge, and I wanted to address that by taking an idea that I saw Dr. Saunders execute and running with it here. So, and I already messed it up. Huh. Okay, so obviously schools thrive when communities informed and engaged, and we can definitely use the community that we have here to build a pipeline of informed people to lead the conversation, lead the charge, come in and come in and be advocates for our schools, for our students, whether it's in a formal capacity or an informal capacity. So what we are putting together is a 10-month learning experience for parents, community members, and other people to explore all aspects of the school experience. Those graduates would go on to be ambassadors for our school system. So potential applicants could be really anyone in this community with an interest and a stake in the success of our students and our young people. There'll be 8 informative sessions over those 10 months with expert speakers, our own. We have incredible talent in our central office, and this will be an opportunity for people to get to know the people who work at the school board office better. Some activities, a graduate recognition at the end of the program. Your topics are going to be everything from budgeting to governance, student safety, all of the things that people have questions about over the course of their students' experience or their experience here as taxpayers. And why do we pay money for this, or what is the reason for that? This is a chance to learn those things. So there will be monthly sessions. The first one will be a welcome on August 26th. Going on through May, with the exception of, I believe, December. Yeah, that gets us going through the year. So they'll understand, have a deeper knowledge of how schools operate, some leadership and advocacy skills, and a certain amount of public recognition. My hope is that the people who take advantage of this opportunity can step into some of the void. We have, we were able to do a PTSO this year, because some people stepped into that role, and that's been really helpful. I always need members for the Bell Foundation to be on my board. We always need, once a year, we have school board people come up. So we're hoping to build a pool of candidates that could serve that purpose, but maybe even also serve when you guys have appointments come up. So increased public trust and transparency would be the obvious outcome. So with that growth of the pool of people that we would have. So the application process is going on right now. I've been sharing out via Bell's Facebook page, the Manassas Park Education Foundation Facebook page. There is no cost to come and join the group. I'm hoping to get about 10 people. I'm about halfway there already. The application will close by June 1st, notification sent by the 15th. What you guys could do for me is help spread the word. I've been pushing out on social media, but if you could push it out on your own networks, as well as you know your communities, your stakeholders, your people you're hearing from. If they won't know about the opportunity unless they're either reading about it or perhaps you tell them. If you have people who are engaging with you about the school system that you think might be a good fit for this, if you think your neighbor might be a good fit for this, just point in my direction. I'll be happy to answer any questions. And that is all I have for you. I would like to actually thank, a special thanks to Alana Mincing, because we have kept this idea going since she was on the school board with me and have talked about it continuously. So I'm really happy to be able to do it and to see this through.
Well, thank you to you that you actually made this happen. I'm so excited to see it actually go live, and I hope it's very successful.
Thank you.
Start down with Councilmember Javed. Comments, questions?
Sure, yeah. I mean, thank you for bringing this forward. I mean, I think it's a great idea to boost morale too in our division here. Just a quick question: after the graduation, they become the ambassadors.
So it's not a formal thing. It's not like we're going to give them a job saying ambassador, but they will be the natural people that you can go to in the community for. Just as you guys are the natural people go to, get questions answered. Just like somebody in the city staff, or if I wanted to know something about what went on in these meetings, I'd ask Mike Smith because Mike Smith is here at all of the meetings. I consider him to be well informed.
He's our ambassador.
These people would be the stakeholders in our community that would probably be the best informed about what's going on at the school, who could talk to parents at bus stops, who could talk to parents at school events, who could be someone that's approachable that can help answer questions. We also see the traffic on Facebook, the potential for misinformation, disinformation. It really helps to have people out there speaking about topics that they know and they've understood and they've researched and they've been exposed to. Or conversely, knowing how to get the answers, who to ask. And it's not necessarily a school employee's role to step in every single time, but to have those neighbors, those contacts to be able to go in and do it is huge.
And then I'm assuming this would be on a website? Or on
Yeah, so it is on, I'm not sure if it's the division's website. It's on the Facebook page. It's been shared on the division's Facebook page. And I will continue pushing it out. I'll make sure it winds up at least on the division's Facebook page tomorrow. It's definitely been on Bell's.
Thank you for your leadership in this area, and I will do what I can to amplify the message and get some good recruits for the program.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, this is really exciting, Rachel. Really appreciate you bringing this forward, and the fact that you've been incubating this idea for these years and now bringing it forward is really fantastic. It's exciting. The only question I have is, will there be any translation or interpretive services for those individuals who speak?
So yes, my marketing has been in Spanish. My application is in both Spanish and English. If we have a Spanish-speaking applicant, there will be translation provided.
Fantastic. Great to hear. Thank you. Thank you.
No questions, exciting to see it. I've already shared, so.
Thank you. Yeah, I think you did, yeah.
Thank you for your support in the community and what you've done even on the school board and continue to do. So thank you for everything you've done.
Thanks.
Rachel, thank you so much. Everything you put together is top-notch and serves our community well, so thank you.
Thanks. All right.
I hope you can come back maybe in June and tell us how it went.
Yeah, no, it'll be next June, but yes. And
Well, yeah.
I will also, as we go through the sessions, I'll extend invitations to you. You guys are more than welcome to drop by and see what's up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate you coming out.
Sure.
All right, consent agenda. Tonight, the consent agenda includes approval of the minutes from May 6, 2025. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. All right, we are up to a vote on the public hearing that was held earlier today. Does anyone have any last comments or questions on the Virginia Electric? Nope. All right. So the motion is that the governing body approve and authorize the mayor to sign, oh my goodness, a transmission and distribution easement agreement with Virginia Electric and Power Company as presented and subject to final city attorney review.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. New business, photography contest. Councilmember Moreau.
All right.
Are you going over there? Cool.
Presentation is here. Sorry. Sorry. Hey, Carl. Did somebody load the slides for me? Sorry. Oh, no.
I didn't see that one up there, but. All right, photography, hey, there it is.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, so we're here tonight to talk about a proposal for a photography contest for the Manassas Park Photo and Video Club. But before we get into the specifics of that, I wanted to introduce Scott Cunningham, who's the founder. So if Scott wanted to come up and give a little bit about background about the club.
Hi, how you doing? My name's Scott. I started the photography club, I think it's been over a year and a half ago. I noticed a lot of interest in local Facebook groups and stuff for photography, and I thought we had enough talent and interest to justify a club. We started up, and Kevin was one of our first members. But we've had people attend from high school to seniors. I think we have over 50 members that have joined the Facebook group. We work in conjunction with the library. We had difficulty finding a space, and they were grateful enough to provide us a place to meet. But we just meet, talk photography. Sometimes we do lessons, and just try to educate and bring interest to photography for the community. But.
Great. Okay, so what we envisioned was having an annual photography contest in partnership with the city kicking off this year for the city's 50th anniversary. The club hopes that the city will help facilitate the contest, for which prizes will be sponsored by the club. The club wishes to showcase the artistic work from Baker Street to Blooms Park, from Costello to Cubble Drive, as well as generate artwork that highlights the city in the year of its 50th birthday. Everything that we're about to share with you is conceptual, right? We can change things around, but notionally what we're thinking was develop and test the submission site, so the photographs will be uploaded to a subpage on the city website. The timeline there may need to be tweaked a little bit. I think it's been about a month or so since we were originally going to present this, so we can revise the timeline if need be. Announcements made via social media and flyer, bilingual, of course. Submissions begin, the ideal was early June, kind of in conjunction with those announcements. Closing the submissions around September, kind of like the end of the summer, Labor Day period, and then announcing winners in October. So the requirements and the asks of the city are as follows. So the photo submissions would be made via the city website. The submission would ask for the full name, age, address, and age, or the parent's full name if under 18. The city would host some or all at the discretion of the city of the submissions during the content period. Residents would get to vote on which photographs that they would prefer in each category. The copyright of the submitted photographs would be jointly owned by the artist and the city. And the city would have the right to display the photos on its website at the city's discretion, as well as have the right but not the obligation to order prints for display, physical copies of the artwork in public spaces such as the community center or city hall. Winners would be announced across 3 categories, celebrating Manassas Park. So these are photos meant to be of activities, people, animals, and landscapes that showcase the city itself. A youth award for the best photograph from someone under the age of 18. And an artist's choice is best overall photograph. We came up with some proposed rules and prizes, which the city attorney can advise on whether these make sense or not. The artist must reside in Manassas Park. We're hoping that there's one submission per category per artist. We put some size requirements around the file itself, so we're not overloading the IT department. The City and Have Club have the right to disqualify submissions that don't adhere to local laws or otherwise deemed inappropriate. And there would be some nominal prizes that we would give out, or in the case of the Youth Award winner, perhaps a savings bond. Initially, I would put up the funding for the inaugural year, but the club and other community sources will provide the funding in future years, so nothing would be coming from the city. And that is it. Any questions?
Neat idea. I love
Thank you.
it.
Well, thanks, Scott. Scott really has been he's very humble. But it is true. In those meetings, you'll have folks coming from the high school up to the senior age and everyone in between. So it really is great to see the diversity of the folks that have come out in the club over the past couple of years. And I think this would be a really great way to encourage people to showcase their art in a more public way and, reward some of the artists that we have here in the city.
Great. Comments, questions? Start down here.
Just looking at the picture you have, Manassas Park is really beautiful. And there's been a lot of opportunity to photograph it, submit it, even just to start looking at Manassas Park and really realizing the beauty and cherishing it. So I think this is a great opportunity for all of our citizens to get engaged and potentially join the club as well. So thank you.
I think it's an amazing opportunity for the community to get involved and take images. I don't know how beautiful Manassas Park is, but Grand Canyon's nice. But no, it's a great contest to inspire, and I think it'd be really nice. I like to see photography. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one question. Sorry. So it's going to be staff handling the submissions and the website?
Yes, so one of the things would be for the city, for the city manager to look into, what is the burden for hosting this? So there's a burden from an IT perspective in terms of some human resources, and the same thing for the marketing as well. I'm hoping that burden is not too much, something that we're willing to invest in, but let me know.
If it's too much, what's Plan B?
That's a good question. I don't know if you have some thoughts on that, Scott.
Probably working with the library, maybe we could do something through the library itself. I think would be technically as a library club.
Yeah, I think that the reason why we wanted to do, with the city is because it'll just foster more involvement, more awareness.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah. It's just sometimes, we don't have to.
Try the schools too. So
Yeah.
that team that you just saw that came up here,
Yeah,
try them.
you should have a Plan B.
I think too, we are providing something to the city to have like artwork in the halls as well. That's something that
That's
we kind
great.
of.
Yeah.
It's
that would
good, it's
benefit.
great. Just make sure there's a Plan B, just in case.
Yes, we'll do.
Yeah, no, this is an excellent idea. It's exciting, especially given we're celebrating our 50th anniversary as a city. The only question I had is, there's no requirement for the equipment one uses. We know the fancy $1,000 or couple $1,000 cameras to most of us who use this kind of cell phone to take pictures. Those kind of pictures would be accepted and judged equally with more expensive equipment?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, a lot of the members, only including my, usually when we'd go from the meeting, which is usually right through that wall, outside to do photography workshops, a lot of folks like myself use their phone, right? Camera phones are actually pretty good quality.
Good, yeah.
I think that, sorry, I don't want to, but I think that if you want to expand the photo to, kind of like a poster size, the size of these screens,
The pixels.
the quality can deteriorate. So it's not that you would be disqualified from doing the submission, or it's not that you couldn't win, but it would be challenging to magnify those.
But you're judging all of the same size. There's one particular size. Someone can't submit this when everyone else is submitting these, or is it one standard size for the contest?
I think those are minimum resolutions.
There's a minimum
or
resolution
vertical and
requirement,
horizontal.
yeah.
It could be a landscape or a square 1:1 ratio or anything like that. So.
And the other thing I was saying, I know that we can print some of these on our webpage that was suggested here, but I hope we print some of these out and hang them throughout City Hall or in the library. Because sometimes people passing through or may not be aware of the website.
Yeah, well, that's why I said the city has the obligation but not the right to do so, because I didn't want to, put Carl on the hook for
That they have
tens of
to,
thousands of
must,
dollars
right?
of printing costs for some of these large
But
firms.
great idea. Thank you
Yeah.
both for this.
Yes, thank you for coming out. I was gonna piggyback off of Councilmember Moore's. My challenge is anything that city, has a city brand behind it. I always think about inclusion, right? What's the inclusion challenges, right? Not everybody can own $1,000 camera and they go with the phone. So I just want to maybe in the future or when you guys are deliberating that maybe fund, maybe have a camera on the side for somebody that can't afford one, wants to participate, they can do so by renting out a camera or loaning out a camera to the public.
I would add that the average cell phone is more than capable of winning a
Right,
photo
right,
contest
yeah.
with the right person taking the picture.
I agree, yeah. If people want to use their phones, that's fine too, but, if you're saying the resolution, I'm not.
The resolution isn't an issue, I think, with anything.
Okay.
Pretty modern.
Yeah.
I like looking at photography, I don't know much about it, but.
I won't be able to do any submissions with my old flip phone.
Yeah, exactly. And then I guess the other question will be I guess the dean's question, a legal term is are we creating a public forum? And how do we not infringe on like freedom of speech? Like, I think on the slide there, you said that someone would deem inappropriate, or there'll be a survey, right? What is the standards? What would you consider inappropriate if that artist does not think it's appropriate? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
where does that?
That's a
where's that
valid
line?
concern, and I will defer to the city attorney for guidance on that issue. I don't know where the legal line is, but I think that was put in to say that, just because you submit something doesn't mean that we're automatically going to put it on the site, especially if it's something that is, that we would think is inappropriate.
Dean, you have any insight?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things. You're talking about First Amendment issues here. We're not creating it's not a traditional public forum. So you're creating a limited public forum, and that would be when you display these things. Okay, and you have the right to go ahead and restrict how they're going to use it. It's much like, for instance, our flag policy. Our flag policy doesn't allow anyone to come in and put flags up, right? Because we've restricted the display of flags to something the governing body has specifically supported. So when you do this, we just make sure that the guidelines are very strict and specify up front what they can and can't put in there. That way you're controlling what you're putting up there. So I don't see a problem with this. Now, if we were, if we were trying to restrict people from, protesting or something out in the public square, that'd be different. But now we're talking about something where we're creating a limited public forum that has rules and regulations. And just submitting something to this contest doesn't automatically allow them to display something either, because you're going to have restrictions, you're going to have guidelines. So I don't see a problem with doing that.
Okay, excellent. And then the last question was I think you guys just mentioned the copyright issue. You said that the city will have rights to print the
Correct.
artist's work. Now, are they allowed to sell that work?
I don't believe so. I think that the joint copyright gives the city permission to use it on their website as they see fit, but they can't, profit off it, yeah.
Make a bunch of t-shirts.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, fundraising event or something.
I mean, if it was used like in a brochure for the city or something like that, I don't think
Yeah.
that'd be an issue, but it's more so like selling it would be.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. That's a great idea. I mean,
Great. So I think, in terms of next steps, if there's general support, maybe the city manager can come back with an assessment of the amount of hours or resources needed, and we can then put it to a vote at some time in the near future.
Sounds good. Carl, comments?
Yeah, I've been inspired by some influence outside of my head about the fact that we just had a meeting yesterday with people talking about art in the park. Seems like there may be some alignment that can happen here, so
Okay.
yeah, we'll definitely give it its due. It sounds like it's something easily manageable.
Okay. Well, thank you for everyone for your time, and we'll see you soon.
Great,
Thank you, Scott.
so much. Thank you, Scott, for coming out. All right, Safe Streets for All, Vision Zero Safety Action Plan. Hello, Steve.
Hello.
All right. There we go. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the governing body. My name is Steve Hall. I'm the Transportation Program Manager for the city. Tonight, you'll be receiving a presentation about the Safe Streets for All Vision Zero Safety Action Plan that we've been working on for about 9 months. Back in August of 2022, the governing body initially offered its support for Vision Zero Safety Action Plan. Staff took that recommendation and resolution. We applied under the United States Department of Transportation's program. Unfortunately, we were not successful. DOT came back to us and said, hey, Prince William County also submitted an application for a Vision Zero Safety Action Plan. We would like you guys to partner with Prince William. Prince William and the city got together. We decided, sure, we'll do a joint application. Joint application was then submitted. This was in 2023, and submitted and awarded a total of $992,000. Good thing for the city, our match was in kind, so we had $30,000 worth of match for in kind. The county provided the rest of the match. So the total project, including our Vision Zero Safety Action Plan, which is a standalone separate plan from the city's larger approaching Vision Zero plan, was about $1.2 million. There was a memorandum of understanding signed in 2023. I included that in your packet that outlined the roles and responsibilities of city staff and county staff. Prince William, their on-call support was used because they were the lead applicant and the sponsor for the effort. So city staff has worked closely with Kimley Horn on this effort for about 9 months now, since summer 2024 to deliver this draft plan. We had an open house here at the city in October of last year. We've had opportunities for public engagement, available online, interactive mapping, surveys were available. And I do want to thank the public as well as the city staff that did work on this plan. I know a lot went into it in a short period of time, so we greatly appreciate that. It is our intent to pursue additional funding under the Safe Streets for All umbrella, some implementation funding, probably again jointly with Prince William County. We're still kind of looking at joint projects and possibly some individual projects that we can throw into that application as well. There are new demonstration and implementation activities coming out of this study that you'll hear a little bit about shortly. And I would like to introduce Mr. David Samba with Kimley Horn. He's going to brief you on the study, some of its findings. Thanks.
Madam Mayor, members of the governing body, thank you. My name is David Samba, and I'm with Kimley Horn. I'm a transportation engineer and planner, and I've been leading the consultant side of this Vision Zero effort for the past 9 months. So I have a short presentation for you today, just to give you a little bit of an update on what we've been up to, and then to forecast what we're going to be coming back to you for in just about a month's time. So Steve did a great job at some of the background, but overall, today I'll just talk about some background, what we've learned about safety in the city, how we're thinking about the types of solutions that we might propose within the action plan, and how we might prioritize those solutions, and then really where we want to deploy those solutions and strategies, where in the city, which streets are of high need or have high risk for injury or collision that we really want to focus in on, and then again forecast those future governing body actions. So I'll try to do this pretty quickly, but when we talk about Vision Zero, so the Vision Zero action plan for the city of Manassas Park is really just about a strategy to come up with a way to eliminate traffic fatalities and serious injuries. We added on the second component, which is we also just want to improve safety and mobility for all road users generally. And when we say all road users, it's people walking, biking, driving, taking transit, rolling in mobility accessible devices. It's any way that you travel, we want you to be safe and connected. So Steve mentioned that the plan is funded by the Safe Streets and Roads for All program, so you'll hear me reference SS4A a couple times. And just what's shown on the screen is just a little bit of a helpful reminder that this is a joint award for Prince William County and Manassas Park.
Prince William County is developing what, is an approaching zero approach, as opposed to saying they're targeting zero, they're approaching zero. Manassas Park has a Vision Zero approach. The work that we've done to support Prince William County in terms of analyzing safety at a county level and also developing solutions at a county level informs some of the work that we're doing at the city level, but the city analysis also stands alone. So that's how those two efforts relate to each other. So for folks who haven't heard Vision, when we talk about Vision Zero, this is a concept that started in Sweden, but really it's just a belief that there should and could be zero roadway deaths and serious injuries. But more so than just that belief, it's how do we actually make that a reality? And so there's a couple of principles that we think about when we talk about Vision Zero. One is that traffic deaths are preventable. It's not inevitable, but preventable. The other thing is that we want to think in the mindset that people will make mistakes. We don't want to assume that, well, if everyone just could behave perfectly, then there will be no collisions or incidents. So let's assume people will make mistakes and make our roadways and our streets forgiving. So again, we want to eliminate fatal and severe outcomes. We're not talking about eliminating all crashes, although that would be a nice benefit of this, but we want to eliminate fatal and severe outcomes of those collisions if they do occur. We think about taking a systems approach. And so by that I mean, if we look at everything that goes into our transportation, our roadway, our traffic lights, the signage, the people, the policies, we want to try to come up with solutions to improve each one of those individual elements so that we have an entirely safe system. That way, if there's a failure in one element of the system, we've got other supporting elements that are there to, again, safeguard that collision from becoming a fatal or severe outcome. We also believe that saving lives does not have to be expensive. There will always be those larger projects that we'll recommend or deploy, but we think that there are some lower hanging fruit, low cost, quick implementation projects and strategies that can be a part of this. And we'll talk a little bit about that. All right. So again, SS4A, give a pretty good overview of that, so I won't go too much into depth. What I'll say about the SS4A program is there are two parts to that. There's developing a safety action plan, and then there's applying for implementation. You have to have a completed safety action plan to unlock the ability to apply for implementation. And so that's why both Prince William County and the City of Manassas Park, our first efforts here were to complete the safety action plan. And you'll hear me use the word safety action plan and also Vision Zero plan interchangeably. And the reason why is we've had Vision Zero plans in our industry for a long time. The safety action plan is a specific element of the SS4A program. And the way that we've developed the city's Vision Zero plan, we've done so in a way that makes it a compliant safety action plan. That means it accomplishes all those things that are listed there. It will have a commitment to a target goal. It's built on a safety and an equity analysis. It's built through engagement and collaboration with the community. As mentioned, we had our October public event, and then it includes these other elements as well. The reason why we developed the Vision Zero plan as a safety action plan is because we wanted the ability for the city to take the safety action plan, take the Vision Zero plan and apply it within the SS4A program. If they wanted to apply it independently for implementation, they could take this as a standalone document, and you wouldn't have to necessarily partner with Prince William County. Now, we're in an environment where we can partner with Prince William County, so this is just an added benefit of the approach that we took. So just some things that we hit on over the course of the project. Again, we kicked off summer 2024. We did some peer outreach, reached out to City of Alexandria, Arlington County, because they have really robust Vision Zero programs. So we wanted to understand what was working well, great ways to start a Vision Zero action plan, and what lessons we could learn and apply here. We then conducted some rigorous analysis both of past safety incidents and also predictive incidents. What is the community telling us about where they feel safe or unsafe, and what does that mean in terms of the solutions that we might come up with? We had that community meeting in the fall to kind of really drive it home and make sure we were both understanding the true conditions and also building the right types of solutions. And then we've kind of just been in plan development mode ever since then, leading to documentation and presenting here tonight, and then leading to a draft of the plan that you'll be able to read and then hopefully adopt coming up in our next engagement. So again, why do we have Vision Zero action plan? We're trying to increase safety for our roadway users. We're looking for ways that we can further collaborate with Prince William County, the city of Manassas, all the regional entities, VDOT as well, that way we can address safety from a team perspective. And we also want to be able to engage the community so that we hear their specific issues, and we're building a plan that addresses those issues and also addresses people that have been exposed to higher transportation risk in certain parts of the city. So something that we wanted to set out as we worked on this, and we worked with the planning committee to develop this, was both a mission for this plan and a vision. The mission's up there and kind of broader, improving transportation safety and convenience, because we know that that supports the city's residents, businesses, and all modes of transportation, right? But we wanted to focus on that vision, and this is the critical element that we need, which is that target that the plan needs to set. And I won't read the whole thing to you, but the target that we identified that we'll have you consider is eliminating and maintaining zero transportation-related fatalities and serious injuries by 2035. When you look at other plans, both regionally and also nationally, 10 years is usually the right target timeline. It's enough time to start to implement projects, and then to see the impact of those implemented projects, to then make a pivot and then implement the second round of projects by the time you're kind of cresting on that 10-year time frame. We don't want to have a target that's too soon because it may not be achievable. We want to give ourselves enough time for the plan to be put into action. The mission and vision is supported by some goals. These are just the broad terms. There's some definitions of these goals, but overall, what we're trying to achieve is a safer city. We're trying to use data to inform the types of solutions and strategies that we'll deploy. We want to make sure that we're considering everyone who travels in the city and doing so in a way that our projects and strategies support mobility in all those ways that you're traveling. And then we're looking for specific ways that the city can be a leader, but also a partner in solving the safety challenges, because we do know there are many of the roads where there are safety challenges kind of have a dual responsibility between the county, well, not just dual, but a responsibility that's shared between the county, VDOT, and even Manassas and Manassas Park as well. This Vision Zero action plan was grounded, not just, we didn't start from nowhere, but it's grounded in a lot of the work that's already been done in the city. So there was an active transportation plan, there's the Park Central Complete Streets plan, Manassas Drive, there's a corridor study ongoing right now. You all are about to engage in a comprehensive plan update. So we tried to layer in both the past and current work so that we're starting from somewhere and we're consistent, and then we're building new safety strategies on top of that. So now just kind of turn into a couple of the some of the analysis that we conducted. So we looked at crashes from 2019 to 2024, and so I think this went till just about April 2024 is this data, and then we have more current data as well. But you can see there's about 527 crashes over that time period, 1 fatal crash and 19 crashes that caused serious injuries. The SS4A program is mostly focused on those fatal and serious injury crashes, though again, as we deploy these safety strategies, we think we can affect all of these. Thinking about those most vulnerable roadway users, 20 of the crashes involved pedestrians, 6 involved bicyclists, and interestingly, 170 of those crashes involved young drivers, and those folks aged 15 to 20. I'll come back to that point in the next set of slides. So this image just shows kind of where the crashes have been distributed across the city. And these are, of course, are just reported crashes. We do know some crashes go unreported, and we try to build an awareness of that through our engagement with the community. Again, just a different way of looking at that crash data. So at the top of the screen, you're kind of seeing the different crash types that are occurring. Certainly a number of angle and rear end crashes, sideswipe crashes, as we heard earlier in the evening. And then just a look at where we are seeing that trend in terms of the people that have been killed or seriously injured, or just other types of injuries on our roadways and streets. Manassas Park is actually starting from a place of strength because we don't have that many fatal injury or fatal crashes, and so from a setting that target of achieving and maintaining 0 for fatal crashes, we are in a good place. The focus might need to be on those serious injury crashes, right? And what are the conditions that are creating those serious injuries, and how do we bring those down? So something that we develop as part of that analysis. So we do the analysis, we look at historically where crashes have been, but then we develop what's called a high injury network. So it's the components, the parts of the street network where the most amount of fatal and severe injury crashes are occurring. We also added an extra little variant to our analysis, which was also factoring in where the pedestrian crashes are occurring. And you can see on the roadway, it's probably no surprise to you, but what's shown in red there, Manassas Drive, 28, Old Centerville Road, Rugby Road, Connor Drive, those are the roads that filtered up into the top of our high injury network. And so as you look for specific strategies or real targeted deployments, we might want to start with these roadways because that would have the highest impact. And that was the top 8 segments, I believe, on that map. We also looked at hotspot intersections. So again, looking at specific intersections in the city, the combination of fatal and severe crashes. We note here that 6 of the 14 hotspots are along Manassas Drive. And we were looking both at the total number of crashes as well as the number of fatal and severe crashes. So again, this helps us hone in on where we might want to deploy specific strategies. Part of the SS4A program is to look at vulnerabilities, at least as the terms of our grant agreement at the time that it was signed, it was to look at vulnerabilities. So we did a vulnerability analysis to understand where certain members of our community who might have more crash exposure live, and then we try to overlap that with the high injury network. And so kind of in this map, you can kind of see the red color is where we have higher vulnerabilities based on some of those factors that are listed on the screen, zero-car households, high young or elderly population, renters, and you can see that, or if you kind of compared the last image to this one, our high injury network overlaps with our high vulnerability. So again, by addressing the high injury network, we're also solving for those folks who are most at risk of transportation-related incidents. We did conduct a public process through this. We had a public survey, an interactive map. The survey had a couple of questions so that we could really understand the community's perspective on safety. The interactive map allowed them to put that a little bit more in context of where are they having specific issues or where they want to see specific solutions. In the community meeting itself, we also brought that kind of a physical version of that map. We were able to identify 31 locations of concern. We had a ranking scheme, people that participated in ranking what their top safety concerns were, and people told us what their ideal vision for transportation were. So we had 22 different ideal visions that helped us build the plan. Just a couple of things that we heard through these various outreach mechanisms, people wanting us to focus on specific intersections. Again, we kind of heard that tonight. Manassas Drive kept floating to the top as, hey, this is somewhere that we really need to focus on. How do we make this a safer street for all the ways that we travel? Really a focus also, or desire to see a focus on how do we help soften the behavior in terms of people speeding, distracted driving, impaired driving, or general noncompliance. So just some of the things that we heard throughout our engagement. Oops, I have to go back. Okay. So through all the types of analysis we did, the safety analysis, the public outreach, and then also reviewing the adopted plans, we use that to develop what we call emphasis areas. So in any action plan, we want to kind of narrow in on what are the things that we can accomplish. So we narrowed into 10 emphasis areas. These are things that, based on the crash experience, based on what the community is telling us, we should really try to come up with strategies for this. So this also kind of aligns with the Virginia strategy, but we wanted to focus in on the pedestrian experience, specifically intersections, speeding, impaired driving, distracted driving, just mentioned that, visibility, both as you're driving or at intersection corners, adherence to the traffic laws. I'll skip bicyclists for a second, but young drivers and public education. I skip bicyclists because right now you don't have many bicycle crashes, but as the city maybe looks further into supporting bicycle as a mode throughout the city, we think coming up with proactive measures makes sense, and that's why it floated into the emphasis areas at this time, even though they don't have a large number of bicycle crashes. Similarly, public education was just something that we heard over and over of like, well, we feel that people should be more aware of what the challenges are and also what they can individually be doing to improve safety. So that's why that became an emphasis area as well. So here's some data to support those emphasis areas. I'll just pick out a couple. So intersections compared to just like general street segments, we see that about 45% of all severe crashes occurred in an intersection. 44% of all severe crashes had speeding as a factor. That was actually the largest factor of all severe crashes. And this table is just showing total crashes versus severe crashes. Interestingly, and I mentioned this about the young drivers, about 23 and 22% of all crashes and severe crashes are young drivers, but they only make up about 8% of our population. So that is a real imbalance, and that suggests to me and to us and as part of the planning committee that there really should be a focus on our young drivers, what we can do to bring some education and strategy to them so that we can help make sure they get home safely. So that was just something that stuck out to us. And then, there's some visibility elements, both in roadway design, and again, bicycles, I mentioned, that's more of a proactive measure. That's why it's much lower in terms of the scale of the issue, but might help us in the future. Okay. And then just to highlight again on the emphasis areas, I talked about distracted driving. So when we talk about distracted driving, what we're finding in our crash data is 47% of that is occurring in dark conditions. 47% of anything that's reported as distracted driving is resulting in injuries. And 26% of our strikes on parked cars are also contributing to, are happening because of distracted driving. When we focus on speeding, 67% of that is happening in dark conditions. Of those who are speeding, almost 40% are also being distracted, which is not a technical term, but that's a double whammy. That's not great. And then 30% of that are young drivers. So again, the focus here is that by addressing one of these emphasis areas, we actually do have the opportunity to address multiple at the same time. So these are in conversation with each other. So those were kind of all the issues. And so what are our strategies? So when you develop an action plan, you kind of have 3 layers. You have systemic strategies, policies and initiatives, and then more targeted strategies. Our systemic strategies are more of those things that can be broadly applied across the city. That's where we look for similar conditions, similar risk at different locations, and we say, okay, well, here's a strategy that works whenever we see that risk, let's deploy it. So a systemic treatment could be intersection lighting. It could be, speed feedback signs, like on Manassas Strat, right? If we know that they're speeding along certain segments, let's put that out as a strategy in those segments. So that's, you're already doing that a little bit. Policies and initiatives are more like creating the environment for us to be safer. So maybe that's looking citywide and saying, well, should we have a no turn on red policy? Should we evaluate our speed limits? How do we think about enforcement strategies? So those are, less specific to an area, but it creates this overall broader safety network. And then target is more like, okay, let's look at this intersection, let's look at this corridor, let's build a bigger project around it. And that may take longer to deploy, but that could have a more significant impact. You can almost think of a target as like the combination of systemic strategies at a specific location. So the safety action plan, the Vision Zero action plan will have a combination of these 3 strategy types in its final form. The safety action plan, or Vision Zero action plan, also needs to be prioritized. So we're developing both a strategy list, that's kind of what I mentioned, but also a project list. You typically you don't necessarily do a project list in a Vision Zero action plan, but for a safety action plan, to be able to apply for SS4A funds, anything you want to apply for implementation has to be listed as a project, and either directly or indirectly in your action plan. So we are prioritizing real projects as well. We came up with 3 prioritization measures, broad categories. So we're trying to use the data that we developed as part of this analysis. So is the project or is the issue on the high injury network? Does it impact an emphasis area? How significant would it be in terms of affecting a fatal or significant crash risk? Or does it support community access? Is it in a location where people are trying to walk or bike or get to community destinations? Those are just some things that we'll be using to prioritize the projects and the strategies. When we prioritize, we like to prioritize in buckets. So instead of saying projects 1 to 30 and do it in order 1 to 30, we like to prioritize by higher need, middle tier, and maybe low tier. And that provides flexibility for the city to address projects as they're needed within the tiers. That way, as funding is available, as opportunity arises, you can pick and choose amongst a higher set of projects as opposed to just saying, well, we have to go in this order. That tends to be a little bit more successful. It also allows you to be responsive to the community. So kind of just to wrap up, so how will we, make sure I didn't skip a slide, yeah. How do we plan to use this plan? So again, we're prioritizing safety improvements, and that allows us to put those specific projects into the CIP, or at least have the CIP conversations. Where it makes sense, we allocate funds to projects in the CIP. But it also allows us to pursue external funding. So we talked a lot about the SS4A program, but it also would allow you to pursue HSIP funding, transportation alternatives, smart scale, and other state and local funding programs by having these documented, by having your needs well established. It's not that every time a funding program comes up, now we got to figure out, well, what are we going to apply for? Now we'll have a set of project and strategies that we know will move the needle that we can pick and choose from. This adds strength to our regional partnerships because now we're able to look at, okay, maybe this strategy is a little bit broader than what City of Manassas Park can do individually, but if we can bring it to Prince William County, there's a partnership that can be formed. It also allows us to be communicative to our community and track progress towards safety. So as we're accomplishing our strategies, as we're accomplishing these individual projects, we're checking them off, we're demonstrating how the crash trend is changing in the city and hopefully trending downward towards that eventual goal. And just on the side of the screen, I think Steve kind of mentioned it, I do want to just point out that the 2025 SS4A application window is open right now. Applications are due on June 26th. So the reason why we're all kind of wrapping up our plans now is that with an approved and adopted plan by the governing body, we would be able to apply for implementation under this round. There is one more funded round of SS4A, so in 2026 there'll be another round, and that's through the appropriations that are already in place. We don't know if there'll be a 2027 or 2020 or beyond allocation. That's going to be subject to congressional decision, I suppose. So there are two more opportunities to apply for implementation, right now and next year. And so the future governing body actions. So we're to ask of you to review the Vision Zero action plan. We're still kind of buttoning up the last couple pieces, but one of the things that we really are honing in on this week to wrap it all up is just finalizing that project list. We would, for this to be a certified action plan, it does need to have a Vision Zero resolution that affirms the target goal. So that's that 2035 reduction to zero that I mentioned. And then, when you approve that plan, that allows us to then apply for implementation in the future. So those are kind of the future asks that we have, and we'll be coming back to you on the 17th of June, I believe. And I think with that, I can wrap up. I guess just open up for discussion. I had a couple of questions here, but certainly don't need to adhere to these. But it's always helpful to hear from the governing body in terms of what are your priorities, where are the issues of highest need. You're obviously in touch with your constituents, so there might be things that we didn't hear through this process that we love to just make sure we capture in our final steps here. All right, thank you.
Thank you. We'll start comments and questions down here.
Thank you for the presentation, very informative. I love the data presented. It gives a great insight of what's going on in the city. I guess during this stage, I know you come into the governing body. Is there any plans for doing town halls with our residents here and hearing from them and maybe implement those ideas or concerns to the vision plan?
Yeah, so we had our first town hall in October, and so we tried to make that as encompassing as possible, given a bit of a short window to get all this accomplished. So I think given that we will need to have an adopted plan to be able to apply within the next couple of weeks. I don't know if there's time for another formal town hall, but what we've done in the past is we've made the document published and available, so anyone in the community can read it. And actually, that's one of the requirements of the final plan, and it needs to be published on the website. And so that could be an opportunity to maybe more indirectly, we can publish online, leave a little comment box or email address, and have any final comments on that from the public as we look to wrap it up in the next month.
Okay. And then the $1 million grant that was awarded, that's just for this drafting of the plan?
Yes, so that was for both the drafting of the city's plan and the county's plan. So yeah, that was all the safety action plans for the two different entities.
And then once we adopt one, then we move forward for another grant to implement what we adopted.
Yes, so the implementation grants that's really the big dollar grants, right? Like think about multiple millions of dollars, and that's why they have this kind of like threshold: get an action plan, make sure you have a strategy, and then start to apply for implementation.
Right. I mean, my only concern is that if it was only one grant and we're sharing it with Prince William County, and they're a bigger jurisdiction, they're going to take maybe 80% of it. What is left for the park, right? Can we implement all our changes with that one grant?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. We're actually coordinating, I have been with the county. We both have an independent list. The two lists come together. We do have several projects that overlap. So the county will kind of have its own ask per se, and we'll have our own ask, but it'll be under one umbrella of an application. Now, I'm certainly mindful of the budget. This would be an FY26 application. We do have a couple projects in our CIP right now that we could potentially use as match and leverage towards the larger implementation grant. So you will not see from me or from community development a new request for any additional funding. But yes, we'll be able to do, I will say, every project that you'll see in the recommendations, but we're going to probably pick the highest priorities as David spoke to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The graph that shows the emphasis areas, I think the highest one for largest factor of severe crashes was intersections.
Yes.
Followed by speeding. Intuitively, anti-speeding measures kind of make sense. For intersections, what is the remedy? Is it the design of the intersection? Is it the signage? What are the, I can't intuit what the solution would be just by the virtue of a lot of accidents are going to naturally happen where two roads come together.
So, and that'll be probably better suited when we look at those targeted solutions, because it might be like, okay, this intersection has a lot of angular crashes because the skew of the approach, and actually in the city there are a lot of kind of slightly skewed approach angles, and so your turn to the intersection is not as direct as it would be, not as square. I think that contributes to a lot of it, and that's why I believe angle crashes was one of the higher crash types that was presented. But there are some solutions for unsignalized intersections. Sometimes it's tightening up the intersection. It could be adding curb bump outs so that you're slowing the turning speeds through the intersection. It could be advanced warning signs, so you know that you're approaching an intersection and you should slow or look and see. Depending on whether or not it's more like at the intersection, conflicts with pedestrians, high visibility crosswalks, raised crosswalks, things like that. Raise the intersection itself so that you cannot traverse that intersection with speed without feeling discomfort. A lot of strategies that we can come to bear. One of the things that we are able to take advantage of is Prince William County developed a full toolbox, a countermeasure toolbox. That was one of their work tasks for sorting that effort. And so we can take that entire toolbox and say, okay, now that we know what the City of Manassas Parks issues or challenges are, what in that toolbox most directly applies, and we can pull those strategies forward.
Great. I love taking answers that other people have already done the homework for. The $5 billion in funding over 5 years. What's the scope? Is it the county plus the city, or is that broader than that?
So that $5 billion funding, that's the entire SS4A program.
And that is for the Commonwealth of Virginia, or what's the?
That's the entire United States. And so what they've done is they split that between planning and implementation, and then they split it between every single state can get only so much funds.
Sure.
The thing I will tell you, and this has been the great benefit of this program thus far, is for whatever reason, it's always been undersubscribed every year. So they're always bringing, there's a carryover of cash every single year. So now we're at we're at year 4, we have a large surplus, and so at least it has been the case for the past couple of years, the government they have to spend down the money, otherwise it just goes nowhere. So a lot of folks who've applied for planning, who have applied for implementation, have had great success, again, because there's just been so much funds that haven't gone sought after.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
David, thank you for the presentation.
Of course.
Really appreciate it. Few questions. It seems like one of the number one issues that's kind of connected with all of these is dark conditions. And I want to thank Councilmember Amaya for her emphasis on lighting, particularly on the west side of our city. Will the funding for implementation include enhanced, maybe even better lighting?
So that, I believe that's on the list. We did propose both a broad kind of lighting evaluation at the city at large, but also as you look at maybe like a specific corridor, it could be part of a corridor recommendation. Over this, let's just say Manassas Drive, we have to evaluate the lighting on Manassas Drive, and as part of like a complete street refresh, you look at both additional lighting, but also pedestrian scale lighting, right?
Mm-hmm.
So many of our roadways are set up for like vehicle scale lighting, very high, but like we need to make sure the people walking and biking are visible.
Absolutely.
So that's usually why we recommend pedestrian scale. So yeah, that could be part of a strategy that we could pursue.
Well, that's good to hear. The other one is there, I forget the exact intersection, but I believe it's Manassas Drive and Polk. Mike could correct me if I'm wrong, or Calvin back there. But it has the 1930s traffic signal. That has to be replaced. So, I mean, then you talk about visibility and not being able to see things. It's a low squatty light that, like I said, it's got to be from the 30s or 40s. So the question I need to find out is, when you guys begin to write to the federal government for funding, will this council see the list of items that you are going to ask for? Because that's important to me. I want to know what you're going to be asking for so that something doesn't get lost. Because it also seems very evident in this data that everything above Euclid Avenue is of importance to our city. And that's where the resources should be going, from Euclid and above. And so help me understand that, Steve.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, you will see the list of recommendations that we are submitting and including in a grant application. We're going to ask for your endorsement, obviously, of a grant application before we click submit. But we are currently, a few of the projects that you mentioned, as a matter of fact, we are very actively pursuing right now. The Polk and Manassas Drive intersection, we're working on finalizing some design for a new pole, do traffic signal there. The Highway Safety Improvement Program, the plans we just submitted to VDOT, that's for the Manassas Drive corridor. Every intersection along Manassas Drive will receive some sort of treatment. Similar to what David mentioned, we do have some bulb outs to help with traffic calming. We have signage, we have brand new pedestrian crosswalks at every intersection, some rapid beacons. We have improvements at every intersection. It's about $1 million project. We're going to brief the governing body on that pretty soon before we go to bid. So you will see that. And the lighting, excuse me, yes, the lighting. We did coordinate with Senator Rome's office not long ago and submitted an amendment, or requested that she submit an amendment to the state legislature. If that is unsuccessful, we can include that as a Safe Streets for All implementation request. And we did have $500,000 in the budget this current fiscal year that we have not moved to implement our streetlight study that we did, only because we wanted to leverage additional funding to do the full project without just, say, doing LED light upgrades and a few of the missing poles. We wanted to do the entire project. So the entire project came in at around 1.2 million. So,
Okay.
But yes, we will show you everything.
Fantastic, that's important.
Absolutely.
And since I have you standing at the podium, can you give us the status of the Hawk lights? I know they put the foundations in. We in this council have been waiting for about a year now to get those Hawk lights.
Yes.
What's the status of that?
The Hawk lights. The Hawk lights, we are currently working with the ownership of Park 170. What we did run into was a slight hiccup with an ownership issue where we slightly went across. Going back to the engineering design, what we realized, we needed to shift the base about 5 feet. There was an unfortunate mishap with the engineering plans, and it did not have all the layers turned on. When the layers came on, we realized we needed to shift the base. Once we shifted the base, it slightly intruded into the property at Hosta. So now we're having to work with them to obtain an easement, but that is in the process. So the timeline is still July. We're still hopeful for July. Materials have been ordered. We're just waiting on legal to work out some of those easement agreements.
That's fantastic, that's good
But
to hear.
we're still moving forward 100%.
July's right around the corner.
And I know the ownership group across the street certainly support They know the need for the hawk signal. It's to promote the safety back and forth of pedestrians and clients, customers to the shops. So they do support the project. It's just really a paperwork exercise at this point.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
A quick question before we pass it this way. I know that Old Centerville Road has a lot of issues, and that's mostly Prince William County. But since this is on our study, will that kind of bump it up so that it makes their final cut?
Do you want to?
Yeah, sure.
David knows both studies, so.
Yeah, I know too much. I guess when you look at things from the county level, because obviously county's a lot larger, certain roadways don't bubble up on their list that might bubble up on yours. And so that's actually a real benefit of having the city-specific plan, because now as you know, Steve and Abdul continue to collaborate with Prince William County, we're able to keep bringing up Old Centerville Road as an item. So I think, again, as we align those two project lists, maybe that's one that we definitely want to look and see how does that fit on the county's priority list, how does that fit on the city's, and get that where it needs to be. But I know we had a lot of conversations about Old Centerville.
We continue to speak about Old Centerville. Believe me, every time I'm on a call with the county about a safety plan, I'm bringing up Old Centerville. But trust me, we get competing, I guess, viewpoints of what a good solution there would be. I know what I think. VDOT has its own feelings. The county has it. It is a county road, but obviously we're on one side of that road. County's on the other. It is elevated. I've seen the county's list. I want to highlight that. It's in an area that we're calling informally the wedge, and Old Centerville Road is one of the main roads in the wedge. One of the things I think we all realize is an issue is some cut-through traffic coming through the city to get around 28. And OCR, I mean, that's, people shoot right up it. And that curve at Polk, I believe it is just, it's deadly. And yeah, we need to do something there, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
They've already asked the questions.
You answered my question, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
So as more businesses come online downtown, I'm saying, we have our parking, so our pedestrians with the hawk light, that's gonna be great. But for the cars that are parking along the street, especially some of our newer citizens or visitors, or small children just getting out of their cars pretty quickly, the traffic coming down Manassas Drive, it's pretty dangerous. So if you don't know and you just don't take them and you're excited about getting that donut, you open up that door and it's pretty scary. And I know the other side of Manassas deals with that regularly just from the parking on the street. So I mean I know it's old road to you guys, but as our citizens are gonna be having, or even our visitors are gonna be dealing with it. I mean, I wish we could take and just kind of fix all of that, because it's not safe anywhere on Manassas Drive. It's really not. Our scouts, we do light judging, and our parents park and have to pull up next to a house, and then in the middle of the night, it's completely dark. So the lighting issue really rings true to me, and just it's scary. So just it was just one of the things you said, additional questions, things to consider, because your study ended in 2024, and a lot of those businesses aren't online yet, and we're going to get more and more citizens out. Same with our farmers market. You're just seeing more and more of it.
Very valid point. I echo those concerns as someone that pulls in to get a donut, and I pop my door open and I've almost had it taken off. So I totally understand. We are also moving forward with the reverse angle parking project, which is going to create about a dozen new spaces. So as you're coming down from Euclid and you come, Bank Street is on your right, the flashing speed indicator is there. Once you get to the bank, you'll now be able to kind of pull in. So you will lose a little sidewalk there, but you'll be able to pull in and basically reverse into a space and then pull straight out. So that'll be like a little bit of refuge. As you all know, the garage is coming online very soon. I know that's not.
Those are popular spaces. Like you want to go in, go out. I mean, and then you're in a rush, and people aren't looking.
Well, I know folks are going to want to park right in front of the business.
Yeah,
I mean,
right. Everybody does.
Quick. So, I mean, there's some temporary possible demonstration things. We think about like temporary bollards. Typically, you see those. If you're at an intersection turning right, you see like the temporary bollards to keep you in a lane. Parallel parking on street is tough.
Yep. And just the lighting. Again, the lighting
Yes.
on the historic side, huge priority for me as well. Sidewalks, pedestrian walking, and just, yeah.
One of the things that you'll be happy, I'm sorry, one of the things you will all be happy to know is the streetlight study that we completed. Every rezoning application that comes through community development, we've been asking those developers or those applicants to please include those streetlight upgrades along Manassas Drive that may not already be there, and we're absolutely pursuing what's left, so.
So in a side conversation that Yessie and I had not too long ago, but we talked about sidewalks. You go on the historic site, there's not sidewalks on all of the residential streets. And that's just something I just want to bring up as a topic because I don't hear it very much discussed, but I think sidewalks are important for people to walk, especially when you have to park on the side of the street.
Absolutely.
That's all.
Just one other comment. The traffic light that's right after the railroad track, railroad drive, I think it is. Syncing that with the railroad closing, right? So what I've noticed, especially during school hours with those buses, traffic light will be red, and we got backed up all the way up to the railroad. I've seen people beep their horn because the train, the VRE is trying to leave, so they can move up a little bit, right? So if that light turns green while that's down, it alleviates traffic to move forward and stops the other traffic from piling up and,
I see, yeah.
queuing over there. So it's something to sync that with that, because the buses, they take up a majority of that, and cars think they could make the space.
Yeah.
And then they just get traffic, and it's going down, red light over there, so.
Right, okay.
So
Thank you.
All right, thank you guys so much for coming out.
Thank you very much.
We will appoint our FOIA officer next, and then we will take a brief break for department directors. So there's been a special request, and we will do that. All right, appointment of the FOIA officer.
This shouldn't take more than 45 minutes. Kidding. Yeah, so we are required to have an official FOIA officer, someone that the public can reach out to, and they know who they're going to be talking to if they have a public disclosure request of the city. Our current FOIA officer, Keith Wynn, is departing, as we have talked about a lot tonight, and so I'm asking that the governing body endorse my appointment of Kelly Evans as the new FOIA officer. She has been serving as the liaison for legal for the last year or so, or maybe more, and has been intimately involved in every public disclosure request that we've gotten, and knows the process and is willing to get the training, and I think is the right person at this time to appoint as our FOIA officer. Plus, she's young and she'll be here for a while.
All right, comments, questions? No? Good. All right.
Well, I got a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Why wouldn't we attach this to our law firm that we would be that will be taken over?
Can I chime in on that?
Yeah.
Yep.
So the law firm will provide legal advice on it, and that's typically what I do. I have served as a FOIA officer in the past, and I got to tell you, it's a lot of tedious work, and you end up, if you're paying a law firm to do that, you're going to quickly run up those bills. Because it requires a lot of very time-consuming work. So I would highly recommend against that and just have them as advisors only.
Okay,
Yeah, I think the law firm is making $400 an hour, and I don't think Kelly's quite that high yet. Cool. Any other comments? All right, staff recommendation is that the governing body appoint Kelly Evans as the FOIA officer for the city.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed, abstained, motion carries. We will take a brief break. We will come back at
Congratulations,
9:08.
Congratulations.
That was 5.5 minutes, guys. All right, department director presentations. Carl, do you want to cue it up?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so tonight we're going to be going over the some of the individual departments. There's too many of them to do all in once, so we'll be doing the rest of them on June 3rd. Just to let people know, basically what I asked them to do was provide slides covering their org chart, which includes their FTEs and the vacancies and where those are, operational budget breakdown, and what did you want in the 26 budget, and what is it going to mean not to have it, as well as what did you lose last year or the year before in your budget that hasn't been restored. I also asked them to do an exercise in each department to say, okay, if I told you you had to cut something, what would you cut? And so some of that has come to me differently than the presentations. Some of them have been included in the presentations, but on June 3rd, I'll give you the whole basket of them along with my recommendations of which ones we should pursue based on which real estate tax and enterprise rates you decide to go with. But that's basically what you're going to be looking at tonight. I asked them to prioritize based on what you need to have versus what's nice to have. And I do want to say they've all done a very nice job at this. I'm very happy with it. And I have a list now that is in excess of worst case scenario. And so we will be able to make some decisions. I'll be able to make some recommendations for you in 2 weeks. So with that, Registrar Patricia, you're up.
Good evening, governing body, mayor. I'll be brief since of the hour is getting late. My presentation is very simple this evening. I provided a pie chart to show you where some of our expenses are. I've grouped them together for salaries. We have stuff there for officers and election expenses that could be pushed together since officers, the people who work the polls, therefore they would go toward the election expenses. We have the other category that's listed what is included in that. I've done also the breakdown for our staff, each person, the electoral board, and included also is how much you get back for our reimbursement from the state every year. There was one thing I wanted last year I didn't get. I want it this year and I didn't get it. And that's up to you all, but it is for my part-time deputy to go to full-time. So we had hoped that it would be put through this year and it looks like, again, it's going to be cut. We do a zero-based budget. Therefore, I don't have any would like to have. It's what I need to operate. So I've not cut anything from the budget for 2026. However, we typically have money left at the end of our budgets that we turn back over to the city's fund balance. So, do you have any questions?
Questions? Start down here with Councilmember Javed.
No questions.
Patricia, thank you for your presentation. I remember the discussion last year about the part-time position, and I thought, maybe I'm wrong and my recollection was incorrect, but that the council had said, not this year, but in 26, we wanted you to take that half-time position and make it a full-time position. So I assumed when the budget was presented that that's what happened and that numbers were factored into the budgets that we were given.
The numbers were in there for 25 and 26. I've been told there's just not enough money to do it. So it was taken from me. I mean, I understand, but it was there in 25, it was pulled. We weren't informed. We came and spoke to you all out of the budget cycle
You did, yeah.
due to concern because of the presidential election. One of the past governing body members donate money, which is very sad for me to accept, but I had to fund those hours so we could get through the June, which we're going through right now. So we tried to get that position moved to full-time. It's only half-time now, so it's not a lot of money moving forward. But again, we were told, we thought we could do it, but now we can't do it.
So how much was it?
She was at, what was the backward space? She was at 30, She's at 34 right now. It would take her to 43 plus benefits.
So about another 25,000, is that what we're saying, or?
Not even that much.
Not even that much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
Just for clarification, in the presentation I made a month ago, the very first budget presentation with the 1 cent reduction, I did include the full-time staff in there, but getting direction from council that we'd like to see a bigger real estate reduction. I went back to zeros on everything and just to see where we are. So that was my intention originally, but for this exercise, I took everybody back to where they were in 25.
So, Mr. City Manager, am I to understand that if we went to the 1 cent that you had recommended, that we would be able to fund that halftime position? That's baked in?
That was
Is
in
it?
the budget I presented, yes. It was, the full-time position was in the budget the balanced budget I presented at 1 cent.
Okay. Good to know. Thank you. That's
Thank
my
you.
questions.
What is language access support?
I'm sorry?
Language access support?
In the state of Virginia, we are required that if our locality has a certain threshold of Spanish-speaking population, that we have to provide everything in translation for the election, from everything from signage at the polls, our office, all of the forms has to be translated. We were also told back when this started that we should get a Spanish speaker, and my deputy now, the one I'm trying to get to go full-time, is Spanish speaking. So
Okay.
there's money there for that, but again, I don't want to take money from a pool that could go toward maybe outfitting a precinct with a Spanish speaker if we don't get them from our volunteers and stuff. But that's what that fund is there.
Okay.
It started back in 2020 from redistricting, so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Register. A question I have for you is that part-time employee is what, 22 hours, 24 hours?
She's 24 hours a week with additional hours around the elections.
Have you considered doing a .75 instead of going to full-time, then eventually you can build up? Because that at least gives 6 more hours. I know you have so many left over. Is it possible? I don't know how much you have left over. But if you at least go to .75, it's still considered full-time under Commonwealth law, under.
But she's at 24 now.
I know, but if she went to 30, she'd be a .75. I'm just saying to try to meet in the middle somehow, possibly.
The
That
only
would at
thing
least
that
give you six-
provides her, if she would be a steady 30, would be the medical insurance she really needs and can't get right now. My only fear, again, like my presentation said, people need full-time work. Part-time hours for us is really hard to fill and keep. So again, she was looking forward to, and I told her not to, the position may be coming on. I'm concerned again with
If we
the,
gave her .75, that would consider full-time under Commonwealth rule.
I'm
I'm
not-
just saying that would be a possible compromise there from 24
but
hours.
again, it's still the hours you live off of.
No, I understand
Yeah,
that. I'm just
so-
trying to see if there's a possibility to be in the middle there at .75,
Right.
because then she can get, under VRS rules, she would get that piece of it for the pension, you would qualify for medical, she would qualify for the additional leave as a full-time employee, the additional hours they get every pay period.
She gets a little bit of it now for the
Right.
vacation and the sick leave. She accrues a very little bit every time she works 24 hours a week.
I think
so.
.75 would give you 6 additional hours, maybe a little, then maybe to build up piece by piece down the line. So that's just an option I put out there. Thank you.
So, what's the primary driver for making her full-time is her medical? Or-
No. There was a documentation, and I'm not sure you haven't gotten it, where we did a explanation as to why we need to go to full-time. We have become a revolving door in our office. Every time I get somebody in, it's just not enough hours, it's not enough pay, and they leave. I have to start all over again for training them to do their position. I've gone through 3 people in like a year.
Have you thought about increasing overtime for the existing full-time employees and eliminating the part-time position altogether?
I'm sorry?
Eliminating the part-time position altogether and increasing overtime for the current full-time employees?
The current full-time doesn't get overtime. He's salaried. So there's no overtime for him.
But you
And
can
he-
transition them to non-exempt and then give them overtime. It's possible.
No, because he's still just one person. The problem we have is technology is starting to come in our office nonstop. and the redundancy we need. So if I'm out sick, there's things that just don't get done because people cannot do them based on what I do. Reese is our IT person. He does all of our IT. He was looking to leave. And so we were going to have to hire somebody IT, and his position doesn't pay for IT. Also, like I said, the redundancy, getting qualified people in to do the position, it's the technology. We're getting ready to get a new state system. We're going to have to close the entire department down so that we can go out to be trained. That requires everybody to be gone for those type things. I'm having to learn poll books. I'm teaching my deputy how to do the poll book programming. It's very detailed. You miss one step, is over. So that's the kind of the stuff we're going through, is trying to keep up with this technology and have the redundancy and the expertise we need in there. And part of that is getting rid of the part-time position, which we no longer are finding sufficient. We have lots of new voters coming in the city, new projects on the horizon we can see coming, and we can see the writing on the wall. So if we can get that person full-time, we can get them stable, I can get them trained to do what they need to do, so it takes some of the stress off of me. Should somebody be gone for the day, like our IT person, I'm having to step in, they're having to step into other, have different hats on their head for that day. But we can't get the training in and can't get the expertise in them long enough, quick enough, before they're out the door. They're just gone again.
Thank you.
I have another question. How is the charter change now going to affect the fact that you need more people to work? Right now, the way that we do elections has changed based on the charter. Now we have to bring it to you, and we might have, hopefully we have a bunch of people running for office now, but if that were the case, how would that affect your office now?
So with more petitions, because everybody now is going to have to qualify as a candidate with all the documentation, the petitions we have to process.
Right.
I could involve all three of us to do that, which makes it a quicker process. But we are expecting the workload to increase due to the fact that we're going to have to do all the petitions where before the parties did them for us.
Right.
So yes, it will increase our workload and management.
Okay, thank you.
Patricia, could you tell us how's it looking for this November for you and your staff? Like, walk us through the 45 days. What does that look like for you guys?
Okay, the voting starts 45 days beforehand. The new change we just went through, they're not closing the books 21 days out. We now will have them open until 10 days before the election. That's an increase in workload. The rationale behind that was to cut down the number of same-day registrations, which we're now required to do, so that people would have a longer time to register, therefore to vote without doing the provisionals. I think people procrastinate. I've seen it all my life in this field. They wait till the last minute. So we start election prep before the 45 days. We get all the candidates lined up into the state system. We then go into ballot production, where we have to sit down and break the ballot down. Even the fonts, everything has to be a certain way. Tiffany, my deputy, has Spanish, so she can go through that ballot pretty quickly and go, this is correct, this is not correct. She's been a big help so far with that type thing. Once we get them approved, we start processing the mail ballots that have to go out. We now have permanent absentee status for all of our voters. You request it, we send it to your house automatically before, exactly on the 45 days. So we're doing mail prep and getting everything ready to go, everything stuffed and folded and all that kind of fun stuff. We've created a database to make our logs a lot easier, thanks to Reese. So we have a little bit more work, but it cuts down on tracking later on, so that's phenomenal. Ballots are coming in during that 45 days. People are coming in to draw ballots. People are coming in to vote in person. During the presidential, we had 2,800 people come in during the 45 days to vote in person. That was a lot for us, for 3 people to handle. We do have election assistants who come in during the early voting process to help with the voters we put them in our precinct room, and there's a lot of them, so they have more room to get to the scanner and get ballots and all those type things. We have pre-processing that goes on for the ballots that do come back. We have an absentee precinct. They have to come in on the Tuesday before the election and start pre-processing the absentee ballots by hand, by log, opening them, scanning them in, doing all that fun work. And we are also at that point, we're doing the processing of finding the officers. We're doing that now. So if you know of anybody who wants to work polls, we are having a shortage of poll workers. We always do after a presidential, but we need to build back up. So we're prepping with getting them all signed up, their paperwork, and we're also getting ready for training. All of the supplies has to be gathered and put together. That's Tiffany's job. It is quite extensive. She's still training in it. So we have a lot of late nights. That's why I'm not here next Tuesday. I'm training officers for June. So Election Day comes, the day before, all that kind of fun stuff. We do the drop of, with the Public Works Department. The city staff is great to work with, the schools and Parks and Recs, helping us get ready for the elections when we drop things off. And then election morning, we're here at 4:45 in the morning. It's dark when we come and it's dark when we leave. So June's are a little easier. We'll be at maybe 9:30. November is going to be quite an election. It's governor, and it's really, it's going to be combative. So that's not a good word. Competitive is more the word. And so we could be here rather late. Also, November's allowed for write-ins where they don't in June. So it takes longer for us to process those. It doesn't end on Election Day. On Friday, we come back for what we call a post-election. We bring our CAT people back again, and we start processing any ballots that came in through Election Day or postmarked Election Day, and any hand count ballots we get for overseas voters, we process at that point. So
A lot of work.
it's not
behind
all
the
of it,
scenes.
but that's all I can remember from my mind. But yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for sharing that. Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Only because she's small, wait, have her stay here.
I think we did it by distance. People have to drive to go. All right, police? Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, governing body. I'm here to present the PD's overview of the budget for FY26. So I'll be going over the overview of the budget, departmental needs and requests, per capita spending, some grants that we applied in FY25 and were granted, and also our organizational chart and police to ratio services for the city. So the budget that we presented, the proposed budget, it was pretty much a flat budget. We did only anticipate an increase in our revenues about less than 1%. That's being conservative because of our lack of collections on some of the fines and stuff. But we're working on that. I think we're gonna make progress on that. The overall budget did increase by less than 10%, which is about $703,000. When you break down the categories for our budget, 85% goes to salaries and benefits, which now, and then you got the 6.6 for maintenance service contracts, professional services at 1.4, and then operating budget is at 6.5. Some of the areas that we've seen an increase in would be for the COLAs that our city manager has proposed for this year's budget, and our maintenance service contract was one that went up. We ended up moving some stuff around from other services because it fits better in the maintenance service contract. One of our biggest one is our Axon because it drives a lot of the stuff that we use in technology. We did see an increase for our annual physicals because of added staff and getting everybody on board with that. Collections, postage. So the ones that you see here are flagged are anything over $5,000. There's the smaller ones, but I didn't want to go through every single one over. And then dues and membership with the academy and our regional stuff that we do with COG, there was a slight increase in that because of budget cuts. We do get enterprise funds. It's about 3.5. I'm being told it's roughly about $200,000. I was not aware of that. I know that it helps out with after-hour services, emergencies, and traffic enforcement. We're starting to track it now, so we can give a better idea if those funds are needed, how much of the funds we need actually for actuals, so because we don't know at this point. So our departmental needs that we requested that obviously we're not in a position to get right now was a salary adjustment and to institute a pay ban, which this is just one option that was presented to the city manager. This is the lowest one of the three that was presented, and to do the area average would be about $683,000. We like to see in the future create an evening shift to help out with the workload. Our calls for service had significantly increased. We're over at 28,000 calls for service for the year. So to include that staffing, including 2 sergeants and 6 officers, we're looking close to $1 million, including benefits. Last year, or years ago before I even took over, the animal control position has been eliminated and frozen. I think there's a need for that for our city, for our residents. Last year, the sergeant's position was frozen for our community resource officer, and some other positions that we've noticed that we needed, which is a crime analyst, a media manager. I do get a lot of questions from our residents of why we're not more proactive on social media and stuff. We've had some high-profile cases where a crime analyst would have been beneficial. We had to outsource that out to other agencies. They're busy themselves, so I appreciate their help, but it'd be nice to have somebody inside and within our agency to help us out with that. Since I've taken over in 2019, I've always wanted an accreditation manager to help us out. Being an accredited agency is strictly important, especially for our policy procedures and the grant funding that we receive. And also get an executive assistant for command staff, because there's only one that's supposed to be assigned to me, but there's other duties that she does for the command staff. And pretty much it. And then the parking enforcement officer that was eliminated, but I think we can hold off on that if we can find the one that's vacant currently. When we do funding comparison per capita, we're about 20% under the area average. If perfect world, and we were to get the extra officers and the compensation, we would be at the 535 to the area average. But that's a significant amount of money. I understand that, but that would give us where we're at. And these numbers are off from FY25 for the neighboring jurisdictions. And as you can see, the area average is about 535. We're at 428. These are the grants we put in for. It was $1.1 million total. Out of the 1.1, we received $911,000. The only one we didn't get was the criminal justice grant for called Ceasefire Technology Integration. We were denied our request, but all the other ones we did receive so far, and I just found out this week we did receive the SRO grant and the DCGS 599 for FY26. I'm still waiting on some of the other ones to come through. This is our organizational chart. It's divided to administrative services, professional standards, and operations. Officer-wise, we're fully staffed. The only vacancy we have right now is our parking enforcement officer. And obviously the frozen position, the community resource officer, and the animal control position. And this divides, the patrols, operations, and stuff like that for the agency. Police to ratio per resident, we're about minus about 15%. The added position would get us to the 2.5 average. That's based on population and sworn officers. As you can see, Fairfax City is the highest at 3.0, but they must have more funding than we're receiving for other services. But everybody's up at like 2.2 or 2.3. So the average is about 2.5. Take any questions?
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, you're welcome.
How did you choose those jurisdictions to compare with?
Those are the ones that we always used based on size and population and officers.
So they're the smaller jurisdictions?
Yeah, smaller ones, yes.
And then my other question is about the animal control officer. What are we doing now if something comes
So right now, I have a lieutenant that's on day shift that's certified for animal control services, and he's the one that our expert, so we send him. Luckily, he's on days, so he's able to respond to most of the calls, or we call him up if we have questions. But to work closely with Prince William Animal Control Shelter and the residents, I think we would need somebody full time. We used to have it a while ago, and I think it was beneficial for our residents.
What happens if something comes through at night and he's not on shift?
Well, sometimes they've called them, and find out what they should do.
Okay.
If it's a question from a resident and it can wait, we'll just do it in the morning.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Start with Councilmember Cyberling. Questions, comments?
Not yet.
Thank you, Chief. I have a question. And I'm very pro-police, work for the police. The animal control officer, that was cut like over 12 years ago. I just don't see that returning. And I think I think we've been efficient. I understand, officer can't handle that if it's a situation. I'm okay with the existing officer doing that. The second question I have is I have three questions. The parking enforcement officer you have now is vacant. You could have the officers, an officer probably write a citation or parking if it's an issue. We don't need to have a parking enforcement officer.
Well, our patrol officers are taking that responsibility.
Right.
And there's continuing. I think the issue we're gonna have is when we restrict parking at City Center, it's gonna be hard for that officer to keep track of the vehicles. Because we don't have the system on our vehicles to track those cars, and if they get tied up on a call, we miss that window if there's a violation.
You don't mark the tire?
We cannot mark the tires.
Why not?
There was case law that said it was illegal search and seizure that by marking.
Because I think we mark them in Arlington, we mark them.
I'm not sure.
We have the PSAs, and our PSAs, and we have about 6 on shift all over Arlington. It's a full parking area. And they only do about 25 to 30 tickets a day.
I was told we couldn't, but I can look into it some more.
I'm just saying it's a possibility, but then we also have another system that actually, once you run it, it'll tell you the time. The third question I have is, I know Axon and Flock now are discontinuing communication. That came out last week. Flock's not gonna be working with Axon anymore. But do you see any issue with that?
No, because they're two independent stuff we're using. We don't use Axon for LPRs.
Okay.
Only in our vehicles, but that's a different system.
Okay. That's my question. Thank you.
Okay.
You asked my question.
Oh, great.
No, I'm just kidding. Hi, Police Chief. Good to see you. The position, the Special Crimes Detective, I believe we hired that position to deal with sexual crimes and things of that nature. I see it's not funded in 26. Is that correct? Because it was ARPA funding, or?
No, about a year and a half ago, I think we switched it from ARPA to our budget. So it's within our budget. Our Special Victim Detective, it's in our budget.
There's a bunch of grayed out spaces, and it says Special Crimes Detective, FICA, it's all, nothing's showing in 2026. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
if
because I believe it was removed from ARPA, now is in our regular budget line.
You moved it into the regular, gotcha. Okay, now I understand. So how many grant-funded positions, because I know I have the number of positions that you have is around 52, 53. How many of them are grant-funded and not general fund?
So right now, there's 5 positions that currently there's grant funding that comes through.
And
3 school resource officers and 2 cops hiring grant.
Okay, and the 2 cops, not the SROs, but the 2 cops, when do those grants end?
So next year, we draw the last money that we can from the grant, and then we have to keep them a year past that. So we'd have to keep them through FY '28.
To
FY '28, we would have to keep them.
To 28? Ooh, it's a long time.
Yeah.
Well,
that's only a year past, because we can only draw on FY '26.
Gotcha.
So we finish in '26,
And then the grant
27.
requires a year.
A year, so in FY '28, if we were gonna eliminate the positions, that would be the time that we could do that.
Your postage budget went from 20,000 to 35,000 from 25 to 26. What's the 15,000 increase?
Because now we're gonna be a little bit more aggressive on collections for parking fines, speed enforcement, red light enforcement.
And how is that doing as far as our collections for fines? Because I remember at one point we had a report on the lights or whatever, that we were way behind. It was like $1 million of uncollected violations, fees.
So the position's been filled. We're waiting on the technology that we're gonna use with the city for the collection portion of it.
Okay. And we work with IT on that, or how does that, what's the time that we expect that to come online?
Well, we're working with Tyler Technologies, which is, Keith was the head, but now that he's leaving, but we're working forward towards it to get it implemented. They're working on the collection module that we will be able to start making collections.
So Tyler is slated to come on next year or 27?
We started implementation. We've actually had our first kickoff meeting already. The full implementation begins July 1st.
Full implementation July 1st?
The implementation process begins July 1st.
And will take about a year, 6 months? 8 months?
6 months would be awesome, but yeah, they're saying 12 months. But, we're hoping to do it as fast as possible for a number of reasons.
But we're gonna start the collection, even without the system up and running.
Because we have the person. that
We have the
hired. I
person,
remember
now
that
we're trying to
person.
get all the data so we can make sure we're doing it, and then we're getting with the treasurer's office to see what documentation needs to be sent out for the collections.
Then there was a new item in your budget line item called community service events. And I'm assuming these are all the various events that the police show up.
Yes.
That's not factored into your overtime line?
Well, there was a slight increase in the overtime for that, yes. But there's, there's expenses with that, our residents and our smaller kids, they like some of the stuff that we present and give to
Sure.
them.
Yeah,
And there's
I
a
love
cost associated with that, so that's why we kind of try to add it into the budget line to help us out. Because a lot of that stuff has been, that we've had money left over from donations and stuff for National Night Out.
Okay. So this is gonna be like trinkets for the kids and swag and that kind of stuff?
Yes, sir.
That 10,000. Okay. And let's see, animal control contract. So we budgeted this year 75,000 for the animal control contract, and next year it's 42. Why the huge drop? I'm just curious.
We left Manassas City, now we are in a contract with Prince William County.
Directly?
Yes.
Gotcha, they're cheaper, I remember that.
Yeah, they were a lot
Okay.
cheaper.
That's good to hear. Something's cheaper. The graph with the police to resident ratio, this is an average, the 2.5?
Yes, the
So
national
being an-
average, yes.
So that's a national average or the
Yes.
area average?
No, that's a natural average, but then when you look at the graph for the agencies that I put it out, where they stand at, you'll see where they're at 2.2, 2.3.
That's my concern, it's like places like Fairfax City, which is a wealthy community, has 3.0, and town of Vienna, which is also very wealthy, has 2.5. They're skewing that average. So
I mean, yeah,
shouldn't it be a median than an average?
I was question, I'm sorry.
Shouldn't it be a median ratio as opposed to an average? Because you have large, wealthy communities, which are, inflating that average.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to figure that out. I mean, I gotta use the numbers that they present. I don't know.
Where
how
was
I would-
Keith when we needed
I
him?
can tell you that, unfortunately, and I think this is what's skewed, is like you have Herndon that has a commercial district, they put a tax on them, more events. You have Vienna on Maple Street that has a series of commercial events and more business, they put additional tax. We don't have that series of commercial events other than downtown, which are building up. But in Fairfax City, with the core, it gets additional, and also the downtown area, and they just get more resources. They can tax differently and have more officers because they have more events and more nightlife. And that's, I don't think it's hard to compare that to that, because I don't think when you go to Vienna on Friday night, that whole stretch of Maple Avenue is very busy, and there's just so many businesses and restaurants. There's just much more than there is here.
Yeah, and I have no way of taking that out,
Right.
so I can find where they're at exactly.
Right.
That'd be, I'm getting all this off their web page. I'm not, talking to somebody, hey, how much of this money can I take out of this to make this?
Because I was in Charlotte County, and I asked the sheriff there, and I said, how many deputies do you have? And Charlotte County, the size of Fairfax County, has about 11,000 people. And he says, I have 2 deputies, and I said, what do you do if something happens? Because I have one on the north and south. I said, do you have state police assist you? And he goes, no, state police is about 45 minutes away. You just rush, you wait for the officer to rush, and that's the situation in a lot of jurisdictions around the Commonwealth. They're just far apart, and they just wait and assist. I mean, so, I know that's different comparison, but just.
I guess my final question, Chief, is, on average, how long do our police officers serve us here in Manassas Park? I know we can't afford to pay them as much as what Fairfax City pays or Vienna, but we have no vacancies currently.
We've made some real good strides on that in retention.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, I have about 3 applicants that are certified that are trying to come over now. So whatever we're doing it right, and they wanna come work here. And
That'll be a
money
testament to your
does play a
leadership.
factor, it does, don't get me wrong, but the culture that we've developed for the agency has really stepped up, and it's reflected by that, because you see that we don't have vacancies currently right now.
And in the 26 budget, and I guess this is more of a budget question for the city manager, will we continue to provide the police officers stipends from the red light cameras?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, that hasn't changed. Very good. Thank you,
You're
Chief.
Do you know offhand the parking enforcement officer, like the full cost of that person, including salary and benefits?
I think it was with benefits in the 60s. I think the
Okay.
salary was 50, about 50 something, 53,000, so it was in the 60s.
Has anybody done an I presume that person would be doing citations, and I'm wondering if the revenue from the citations would offset the cost of the individual.
I mean, it will. The issue we've been having is trying to hire somebody. That's the only reason it's vacant. Can't get people to pass the background.
So it's not a budgetary issue, it's more of just a qualified candidate.
Qualification, yes.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you.
Hey, thank you, Chief, for the presentation. You said there was one frozen or one vacant position in the department?
So right now, well, they're eliminated because it's not frozen. So parking is eliminated, community resource officer was eliminated, and the animal control, which I guess just scratch that one off because that's been eliminated for.
So they're like out of your, the budget?
Yeah, they're out of the budget.
The other thing was, I guess do you know the 3.5% that you're being funded from the enterprise fund? You know which fund that's from?
All three. I think one of them is 2.5 is the water sewer. It's at 2.5, stormwater is at 0.5, and solid waste is at 0.5.
All right, thank you. That's it.
Thank you so much, Chief. And fire.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the governing body. Hope everybody can hear me okay. I will start with organizational chart. As you can see, we are currently fully staffed with 45 personnel. You will see highlighted future need, deputy EM, risk manager. As you all are aware, the fire chief recently took over as the emergency management coordinator. With that role comes a lot more responsibility with needing a deputy EM for that role. And that position would also fill ISO manager for our department. I know we've talked a lot about with all of you all about how our ISO rating, we're at a 3 right now. We're working hard to get to a 2, which we think is very obtainable. But that would be very helpful with that manager. That was in the fiscal year 26 request, and I will talk a little bit more about that when I get to the budget cuts. So, also, when you look at the chart, you'll see across the board A shift, B shift, C shift, and D shift all at 3 at 10 and 1 at 9. Minimum staffing for us on a daily basis at a minimum is 9 to staff all of our units. Main goal is to get to 12 on each shift. We have a plan in place to request additional staffing over about a 3-year period to get to that where we're at 12 per shift to where we can optimally staff our units and allow for the leave for training and things like that. This kind of goes over what I just explained in the chart. This shows a 5-year budget comparison. You see the salaries and benefits, operations, overtime. Under the overtime line, you see an increase just because of the city's events that we're having to go to staff overtime for. And then also the higher standards of training to meet the ISO standards that we're trying to meet to get that level up to a number 2. Also, one other thing to talk about a little bit, as we are hiring personnel, we're having to hire untrained personnel because of where our starting salary is at. It's been effective, but it's created more overtime with training, having to train people, and when they come in, it's taking a little longer to get them trained to get released to ride in the position. Just a breakdown of a budget comparison of salaries and benefits versus overtime, operations, and grants. Fiscal year 24, we were at 10% with our overtime, and then it increased to 12, and then it has stayed pretty much the same along with our budget request for fiscal year 26. And that brings us to the budget request possibilities that we went through at the request of the city manager. As you can see, I talked about earlier, the risk manager slash deputy EM coordinator salary, along with some training and honor guard, knocking it back some, not completely removing the honor guard, but just lessening the amount of training that we're sending them to. Which holiday pay, we were projecting city closures of around about 4 a year because of, that's where that line comes out of, whenever there's snow closings and stuff. But looking back over it, we were able to reduce that because there hasn't been, other than this year. I think it's because the city manager came, we had more snow. But over the last couple of years, it's only been like 2 days instead of 4, so we were able to reduce that. Let's see, what else? We had put into place LexiPoll, which is our policy software. That was $20,000 a year, which we were utilizing. It's something that we're taking a second look at to possibly go back to our old process that we were using until we can find a better fiscally, a better how much it costs, better at how much it costs. And then reducing travel and education. We're at minimum staffing, so it's really hard to approve travel and education anyway. Until we can get the staffing to where it needs to be, we looked at our numbers of how we were projecting over the last couple of years, and we were able to reduce that. So overall, we were able to reduce our budget request by about 3.44%. So that's just possibilities for a temporary cut. Department salary cost is just kind of a breakdown of what it costs for a firefighter EMT and a firefighter paramedic currently. As you can see, both are total projected of about $85,000 and about $96,000. $86,000 and about $96,000. And then staffing levels and salary comparison. This is a breakdown. We use Fairfax City and Manassas City. They are our main two people that are places that people go to when we lose them. You can see their starting pay. Like for example, especially Manassas City, they're starting their firefighter EMTs out at about $62,000, where we're only starting our firefighter paramedics out at $60,000. I also threw in Prince William County in there as well, just because they are a very close neighboring jurisdiction that a lot of people, always talk about going to. So, the daily staffing matrix, kind of going back to what we talked about with our let me find this here. Sorry. Kind of going back to the org chart where it was laid out with the 10, 10, 10, and 9. Our NFPA standard is having 4 on an engine or fire suppression paramedic engine and 4 on a ladder truck. Right now we're at 2, 3, 3, and 1. So 2 on the medic unit, 3 on the fire engine, 3 on the ladder truck, and then 1 on the battalion vehicle. What NFPA, I think you all have pretty much seen I think Chief Soper has shown the video to everyone going through the NFPA standard of what the standard level of staffing is for each suppression unit. So I'll refrain from going through that whole video. I'm not as good of a drawer either as that person was in the video. So, fire and EMS turnover over the since 2020. You can see 2024 there was 7 FTE turnover. The reason for that, it's kind of an anomaly because we were awarded the SAFER grant and we hired the 15 people. We hired so many people and were able to do a training academy. So some of the people either did not continue through the training or did go find employment elsewhere in the middle of the training because they found that it wasn't something for them. But that isn't, like I said, that's the anomaly. This year, as we're coming to an end of the fiscal year, we have lost 2. So it seems to be on an average about 2.5 FTEs that we're losing yearly. And that's it. Any questions?
Okay, thank you. We'll start down with Councilmember Steinberg. Wait, we did that last time. Sorry, Javed.
No questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. A few clarifying questions. We talked a month or so ago about the ladder truck.
Yes, sir.
My understanding was that the current ladder truck is kind of at the end of its life, having some mechanical difficulties where the department is planning to purchase a replacement truck. Can you just help me understand the timeline for that, and if the costs associated with the new ladder truck are reflected in the budget, or is that in future budgets? Is that something that has been decided on and is guaranteed, or is that something that's going to be contingent on a decision made by the folks on this dais?
Yeah, so as you know, the ladder truck's a 2013 model. Industry standard is about 12 years, depending on the maintenance and how it's surviving through the process. We have it in the CIP we had placed it in the CIP for fiscal year 2027. And the reason for that was knowing that as we're starting to spend more maintenance on that vehicle, the life expectancies is starting to dwindle, right? And the turnaround time is one of the biggest issues. So when we place an order for a ladder truck, typically for most manufacturers, the turnaround time is around 3 years to 4 years. So once we place that order in fiscal year 27, we're not looking to receive that ladder truck until fiscal year 2030, and that's probably optimistic.
Yeah.
Now, some of the things that we've talked about, and I just recently, I've been actually working with Josh as well. I just recently talked to Josh the other day I spoke to a finance company who works with, they're understanding that turnaround time, and they work with jurisdictions to finance where there is a commitment. They finance with the manufacturer, and then there's a 1 year to 2 year lag on payment. That is the payment start. So it kind of gives you a little bit longer of a turnaround time, so you're not spending that money so early, which could possibly help with as economic development comes and stuff like that, to where it's less of a burden early on for us.
Do you think that the current 2013 truck will last till 2030? Be fully operational?
Yes, I do, but I think that there is going to be some maintenance costs associated with it.
Okay. Because could you describe for folks I think when we talked before, I got the impression that if we don't have that ladder truck in commission, if it's down for service and maintenance, that it's the danger is that folks that are living in the high-rise or apartment buildings that are tall, that we don't have that access. The other thing is, if we don't invest in that as a city, insurance costs for everyone go up. Right? Because we don't have, as a city, we don't have that rating, that ISO rating, and that translates into higher insurance costs.
Yes, sir.
So can you just elaborate on that?
Yeah. So
one
of the biggest things that we look at and I'll touch on the ISO second. One of the biggest things that we look at is the economic development. You're seeing a lot of taller buildings. And it's not just the taller buildings. I'm not talking not just like an 8-9 story building. I'm also talking a 4-story garden apartment. Because when you look at means of egress out of those apartments, there's only one way out of it viably from a 4-story. So let's say you're in your bedroom asleep, you wake up, your kitchen's on fire, and I can't get past that door. Well, now that ladder truck is your option as a means of egress out that window. Or you jump and hope that you survive the fall. With that, you're seeing a lot more of those style 2-over-2s, garden apartments that are being built in the city. along with the taller buildings, which means that there is a dire need for a ladder truck here. When it comes to ISO rating, we're at a 3. With that ladder truck, we will get to a 2. It will be very difficult to get to a 2 without the ladder truck. And that does affect your insurance numbers when you're talking about purchasing a home. I can't quote this, but I'm pretty sure things like movie theaters also look at that when it comes to their insurance for their buildings.
Thank you.
Appreciate the presentation.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to continue the line of questioning about the fire truck.
Yes.
What is the status of the fire truck? Is it operational? Is it running as we speak today?
The ladder truck?
Yes.
As of right now, it is being serviced. So, but it has been operational 24/7. We probably around, I think it was March, was when we were staffing it as we could with the staff that we had as we were training them and getting them trained up. But I think it was around March when we went, officially 24/7. But like I said, there's maintenance things that happen. So right now, it is being serviced.
So when do we expect it to be back on the? 'Cause I know parts have been hard and all that kind of stuff.
Hoping Thursday or Friday.
Oh, good, fantastic, fantastic. The other, as far as the ladder truck, mutual aid, and I understand our tall buildings and people, dying and needing to get up out of the windows and things like that. But in reality, if we needed, our fire truck was down, like right now it's down.
Yep.
We had a fire in a taller building. Those people wouldn't perish. We would have mutual aid, and other cities like Manassas or Prince William would send their ladder truck. Is that my understanding?
So when you look at mutual aid, obviously they're a lot further out.
Sure.
Their response time, and with increased call volumes in the area, the availability of those ladder trucks have decreased a lot. We did rely on them in the past, but like I said, with those increased call volumes and the distance, if you look at it, someone hanging out of a window, obviously the closer a ladder truck is to get to them, the better. And, with our response times and our ability to get on scene, within, I think we're averaging about 4 minutes and 30 seconds to get on scene, that means a lot for, someone hanging out of a window, so.
Sure, I appreciate that.
And then also, a ladder truck's mutual aid also affects the IS. It affects the rating. We don't get the same increase that we get as if we had our own ladder truck.
Okay. So on that point, we bought the current ladder truck from Manassas. It was
Yes, sir.
used then.
Yes, sir.
Are we looking for a used ladder truck or a new one?
Ideally, we would get a new one, but if we get to a point to where, we're saying funding-wise, we can't support a new one, that is definitely an option. That is something that we'll look for. The reason why I say ideally is because then, in another 4 or 5 years, we'll be right back in the same spot, having to look for another used one.
And fire ladder trucks run approximately?
I'm about 2 million.
2 million?
Yes.
Okay. The other question I had was the fire engine lease on the budget of $183,000. One, I didn't know we leased our vehicles. Could you just explain that for me? Is that a yearly lease cost that we spend, and what is it for?
Lease, I think it's a 5-year purchase. It's a purchase of over 5 years, so we financed it for over 5 years.
So some of our fire trucks are leased. We don't own them.
No, it's a 5-year purchase. I don't know if you can speak on that, but wording, or if Josh can speak on that or not, but the verbiage, it's purchased.
It's lease to own, I think.
It says, well, it just says lease.
Financed, essentially.
It's financed, yeah.
Financed,
So if we bought a fire truck, we would finance it. We wouldn't buy it outright, would we?
No, sir. There are, as I was saying earlier, looking into, talking with banks and stuff about financing options to see our best options for that. some of the banks that I talked to have said that they, different manufacturers are willing to do discounts if the bank does a full payment and then we, pay the bank. But yeah, we would definitely finance that over 5 years. How it looks, like I was just talking about with, deferring a payment for 2 years, that kind of plays with interest rates, amounts and stuff like that. So it would have to be, we just have to look at our options and see what's best for the city.
Okay. I have 2 more questions. And one more, last one on the fire trucks.
Okay.
Last year, how often did our ladder truck go out, not just for a regular fire, but where we needed the extension of that long ladder? How many fires did we go where we had to pull out the ladder and extinguish a roof fire or something like that?
If I told you that, I would be just making a wild guess, and I would much rather answer that with a follow-up.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, because I don't want to lie to you.
No. The last question is overtime, and I've asked this question before, but again, it's more stark as I look at it at the budget. This current year, you have an overtime budget of $265,000. In '26, you're asking for $307,000, which is an increase of $42,000, or roughly $43,000 over this year to next year. Given that you have 15 new firefighters, 15, why such a huge increase in our overtime budget?
Some of that does cover in the special events in the city, along with the extra training that we have to do. We also, we did add a ladder truck, so there is that additional search and rescue, aerial training stuff that we have to do. And then along with the untrained personnel that we had to hire, just getting them spun up to that position. Also, going to the changing the shift schedule to a 42-hour work week, it does change hourly rate, so that changes the overtime rate. So we increased that for that.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So are we spending more money on overtime with the new system that we approved, or is it better? Can you give me like a comparison of what we used to do before to the way we're doing it now?
Can you say that again?
So with the change of how we now do the shifts, because I think we went to like 42 hours or something like that. So is it creating more overtime now versus the way we used to do shifts previously? Is there an increase in because of the way that we're now shifting?
We went to it in February. Still a little early to tell. We don't have as
Okay.
much data to be able to say whether or not.
Okay.
I like to think it's not going to,
Okay.
just because the schedule, there's more time off. So I like to think it's not going to, but we did ask for an increase just to cover that.
So the increase that you're asking for, it's also covering the training for these firefighters? So
Yeah, for training, to meet and also, when we are training to meet ISO standards, some of the requirements are things like night drills, nighttime training, live burns twice a year. Some of the things that during our last assessment, we did not recognize, that we needed to start doing. So that's also where that comes into play. And that's a pretty good chunk of money when you take
Okay.
all of your staff and go do live burns.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, thank you for coming. A quick question. I have 2 questions.
Okay.
First question is, what percentage of your calls are for Prince William County?
What was the question? I couldn't hear.
What percentage of your calls are Prince William County? Like, generally, just an estimate.
For 40 to 45%.
Okay. Second question I have, just as a commentary, I was here when we sold the ladder truck. I think it was in 2016 or 17, because we had severe budget issues.
Mm-hmm.
And we did an estimate going back, and 10 years we never used it. We used it at the fair, National Night Out. It's very expensive. We sold it to Norway, Maine. State law under the Department of Homeland Security, Public Safety, the Fire Services Board doesn't require jurisdiction to have a ladder truck, correct? We're not required under state. We're not required
I would have to look that up, but okay.
But we're just not required under state law. And it's hard if it's out of service, and yes, we want to help everybody in every scenario, but we should have mutual aid. I mean, if we don't have a chopper, and a chopper would get somebody right off the top, and we don't do that. And I know things, I mean, we don't want anybody to be unsafe, but I don't know if this becomes an issue where we can't have this truck, then what would substitute that? Would be training, public awareness, what to do. And there are smaller trucks that have ladders, they just don't go as far as that ladder truck, correct? There's different sizing of
Yeah,
ladder
there's different
trucks.
size ladder trucks.
So I mean, we could always look at a smaller model, correct?
Yeah, it's possible, yeah.
And that, I think that should be an option,
Okay, well, one thing, I would like to comment on that. One thing I would like to say is, while we can look back at the numbers of when our ladder truck went out,
Right.
the city never 100% committed to staffing that ladder truck. So we were doing things like pulling staff off of a medic unit, and that was busy.
Right.
And trying to staff that, it was a Quint at the time, and staff the Quint, and it just never worked. So
Right.
that unit was never staffed or available to run the calls.
My concern is that we have people for a ladder truck, we can't pay the people well, they constantly leave, and then you have a loss on that side, because someone wants someone to I forgot what it's called, the school you guys go to. That's expensive as well. And I'd rather try to retain the people, pay them, compensate them correctly, keep them here, than just have a series of people that are just not compensated well. Because that also makes people want to leave, it brings morale down, it just is a series of things. And if the data doesn't, at least this is my position, it's just me. If the data doesn't show that it's used, it hasn't been used, then we should really look at that, because I don't want to lose 10 firefighters or 20 firefighters over, because we're losing more money there as well. And yet the insurance does go up on homeowners, it's about 30 to 50 bucks a month. But what is it on the taxes on the other end that we pay? So it's just something, just thinking out loud for options.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm definitely in support of a ladder truck, whether it's a used ladder truck, smaller ladder truck, or a brand-new ladder truck, some type of ladder. We took, we're building these units here, they're really tall. I think we've made the commitment that we need to be able to serve them with fire and rescue services, for sure. But what I don't understand, but I also agree with Councilman Carrera, that we should also be compensating our fire departments and our staff and staffing those trucks appropriately. My concern was on slide 19, where you're looking at adding, over the course of 3 fiscal years, another 9 additional employees for the fire department. Because you're saying currently we are not, we don't have adequate staffing to run the ladder truck as it stands right now. That's what this is saying, right? It says that the National Fire Protection Agency, along with OSHA, require higher staffing levels than what we currently need. So right now, we shouldn't even be running the fire truck that we have until we get 9 more employees. Is that what that's saying?
It is based off of National Fire Protection Agency 1710, which is a standard, not a regulation. It is not something that we have to adhere to. It is just a recommendation. I'm sorry, recommendation is what it is.
Okay, so I just think, I guess my problem is then with the word require.
Yeah, it's recommendation.
Yeah, so that's just my concern, is that we bought something, we hired 15 people on a grant, and now we're asking for another 9 people to run a ladder truck that we're already stretching to afford. But I also think that, again, on the other side of that coin, we built these tall buildings. We have a commitment to our citizens to serve them as well. So I think we need to start looking at other options, for sure. A smaller ladder truck, something that will serve that community, that reduces the staffing levels that we can actually support.
Yeah, and one more thing, I feel like I kind of missed the boat to say, and I think Mr. Carrera kind of reminded me of it, talking about attrition and losing people. The morale in our department is pretty good. The pay can be better, for sure. One of the things, and I kind of use this analogy, the glue that's holding it together is that shift schedule. The 42-hour work week has really affected the psyche of our personnel, because, you know, it's kind of showing that we're looking out for their safety. You start talking about 24-hour shifts and the, you know, sleep deprivation and things like that, you're starting to really affect them. You're talking about, you know, depression, cancer, cardiac issues. All of those things are going to come from sleep, being shown in studies from sleep deprivation. And now we're starting to stretch our, you know, we stretch our days off to where, you know, that's really huge for our personnel, and it's really shown to be a huge advocate for our personnel staying. And I know I said, you know, 2 people left. Sometimes they were people that we had just hired, and sometimes they think grass is greener on the other side.
So to do that shift, because you presented to Kevin and I several weeks ago, to do that shift, it requires those 15 people that were hired under the SAFER grant, correct?
Yeah, the staff the ladder truck, it requires it, yeah. Too.
But okay, so both.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Would a smaller ladder truck require the same number, though?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're okay.
Yeah, and a follow-up on that
Yeah, sure.
question. When we were told about the SAFER grant and the 15 new FTE the fire would be receiving, that would fully staff the fire truck. We were told if we hired the 15 people. Now, is it correct?
Yeah, I remember that.
So now we're saying that, no, we need 2 more people or 1 more person on the fire truck.
It meets the minimum requirements that we have.
So we can
to
do it
staff
with
yes.
the 3 that we have, and
Yes.
it's not required
Yes.
to meet the standards.
But what we're requesting in the future is to help bolster our shifts to where we can have, you know, extra leave to go on, you know, the extra leave. Right now, we have 1 leave spot per shift, and what that creates then, you know, will be overtime is once, like, let's say someone takes leave and then someone calls out sick, or someone's off at a training and someone calls out sick, stuff like that, then that creates the overtime.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. It is very late this evening, so I am going to try to progress through these slides as quickly as possible. This here is a summary slide of just some highlights of what we're looking at for the current budget year coming at us. A lot of our line items are driven by the number of kids that we bring into care and service. You can see that kind of holds true to the revenue and the expenditure comparison between fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25, in that the number of foster children that we had reduced. That drastically reduces the amount of spending in our CSA line, although we did increase the legal services in the CSA line. That is for preparation, and that at any day, any time, we could bring kids into care. So we try to leave that line as is or factor in a 3% rate increase for that possibility. A plus is the state is supporting a 3% local match for our department. If the full 3% COLA is not provided, the funds do have to be returned. And they're also proposing a one-time bonus of 1.5% of the base salary in July for full-time staff. Same holds true. The funding will need to be returned if the locality decides not to offer that. The decision does not need to be made on that until October 20th, I believe it is, and the bonus would need to be paid out in the fiscal year 26. And then just a summary of our office visits and our SNAP. EA is the Emergency Assistance Programs, for those of you that do not know that. That is our cooling and our heating that run twice a year. Real quick, org chart here. We did have a change in that, as city manager previously mentioned, we're assisting with the ADU WDU housing program. So you will see that we now have 23 full-time employees and 1 part-time employee, so a total of 24 paid staff. We sometimes have interns, but the last few years, honestly, since COVID, we really haven't had a great turnout with interns. Hopefully that changes in the future, but for the last 2 years now, we have not had interns. I'm happy to report that we're fully staffed. We had a big turnover about a year ago, primarily in our services department. I think we lost 5 staff to Fairfax County based on salary needs. Our family services supervisor retired, moved to Barbados. A couple other staff, one decided they wanted to be a stay-at-home mom. One individual had been with us about 6 years and needed growth, and our department didn't have that. So a lot of the turnover, I think, was based on salary, not necessarily staff morale. Our department does a really good job of not only taking care of residents, but taking care of each other. So I'm really happy to report that we're just in a great spot. It feels really great to be fully staffed. We're in a bit of a learning curve on our services staff, services unit, because they are all new. I think February, they're all a year now as of February, but every single staff member is brand new, from our supervisor all the way down to our level ones. Yeah, so as you can see, the largest line items for our budget is admin, staff, and salaries. It also includes a lot of our administrative lines like trainings, copy machine lease, things like that. The state groups them all together. We're a little bit unique in that there's various match rates. So portions of every service we provide in our department is reimbursable through the state laser system. I mentioned earlier the foster care program. Much of that is funded out of the second largest line, which is our CSA line, which is the Children's Services Act for those at-risk youth. It also services youth in our school systems that have IEPs. When the traditional school can no longer meet their needs, they are sent to private school. Let me see here. I'm just going to run through really quick. I've provided you with stats for the last couple of fiscal years, along with what increased. I don't need to touch base on that. I do want to point out that what's been helpful is our foster care caseload did drop. You could see one point we had 23 youth. As of today, we have 10. I think that's probably our saving grace when we had the staff turnover. When I look back, I don't know how we kept residents safe, as well as just the mental health of the staff, because that was primarily with my new staff, or transitioning where we had no staff at all. I cannot tell you why the number dropped. I can just say that I'm very thankful that it did, but it definitely has allowed our new staff to get settled. It's decreased some of our spending patterns, and just allowed our unit to get a little bit more settled. But in a drop in foster care, we have had an increase in adoption. We are now at 10 adoption count cases. We are in the process of having 4 more youth adopted, probably all within the next 2 to 3 months. So that's a really great thing to see. I always like to point out that most of our youth are funded through, the foster care and the adoption. If they're 4E, that's 100% reimbursable, so there is no cost to service those youth who are in care. So for our agency, to meet the city manager's request, if our department had to make cuts at any level, it would be to RIF staff. Our programs are state and federally mandated, and the funding source is provided through state, federal, and local means. So in order to run those programs, we have to have the staff. And right now, where we're at is a good number for us. I think that our caseload size is manageable, so it would be detrimental, I think, if we were to have to let staff go. But that's honestly how it would impact our unit. And again, these slides, especially for the new members, are just our various state lines of revenue and expenditures with descriptions included. If anybody, needs nighttime reading at 10:30 at night, you can follow up later with any questions you have on those description and line items. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have on those. Any questions this evening?
So just to clarify, you're not asking for any additional staff?
No additional staff, just hoping that we get our 3% COLA that's state supported, and possibly the bonus that's out there, but, there's other units, so what happens will happen, but, yeah.
Just to be clear, you have no current vacancies, correct?
No vacancies. DSS life is good right now. It's not very often I get to say that.
You gotta keep them, because they're gonna go by them. That's
I
hard, the
know.
turnover is hard
Yeah.
at DSS, yeah.
Thank you for the presentation, Randy.
Thanks.
Definitely need the Courage Award for having all your staff turn over and then having to deal with all new staff.
Yeah.
It's just unbelievable. I think it's great that you've worked with interns in the past, and I'm hoping that, as you said, you'll be able to get some more interns, because it's great learning skills for those
Absolutely.
young people. I think they come from GMU, George Mason.
George
and others.
Mason, Liberty,
Yeah, that's great.
VCU. We've had them from several schools in the area. We've been contacted by many master level interns, but you have to have a MSW on staff. The master's level staff I have, it's in psychology or different program areas. So it hasn't worked out, but yeah, we'll see. May take me reaching out to some of those schools again as well. It just popped in my head that I should probably do that, because they were aware that we were extremely short-staffed. When we had the turnover and I was contacted, I had to say, I can't take an intern right now. I don't even have staff to do the work, let alone, train somebody and have that liability. So I need to do that. Thanks for allowing that to pop into my very tired brain tonight.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you for all the work you do. I love the questions.
Thanks.
Thank you, no questions.
Yes, I told you it'd be quick. Yeah.
Thank you. Good night. Hello, Jay.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the governing body. All right, so we'll start with our organizational chart. The blue boxes represent the full-time positions. The brown boxes represent part-time. So we currently have 18 full-time employees. We have 3 vacancies with 3 full-time staff managing 6 full-time positions. In terms of part-time staff, we had a winter low of 104 in December and a summer high of 179 in July. When you add all that up, it puts us at 49.81 FTEs. And the Library Services Division was a newly added division as of 2020. As far as the table here, what this represents is the average midpoint salary for some of their regional counterparts. What I did is I took the 3 jurisdictions that the city has used in the past to conduct a comparative analysis: Fairfax, Manassas, and Falls Church. Use those jurisdictions for the vast majority of these positions to get like-for-like comparisons. There were some of the positions were not available in these jurisdictions, so I did have to reach out to some other local jurisdictions. But in doing so, basically, again, just using the midpoint salary, on average, our staff comes in about $16,000 a a year under our local counterparts. With the Blooms Park coming online several years ago, as well as the plaza maintenance coming under our department's purview, and then with the community center volume being up the last couple of years, more rentals, more memberships, just more customer volume in general, we do have the need for some full-time positions. The particular positions listed here are kind of listed in order of priority. The top priority would certainly be a park supervisor. Our parks division is made up of 2 full-time staff and a handful of part-time staff. They oversee 418 acres of park space, 80 of which require mowing April through October. Anymore, it seems like we're going into November even. So it's a tremendous amount of workload for those individuals. So to add an extra person in that division would be very helpful, especially as the downtown becomes a little more, popular, and we see a lot more action in the restaurants and businesses. The head lifeguard and front desk supervisor, these would be positions that would shore up those divisions, customer service and aquatics, where we currently have part-time staff working collectively, many of which are under the age of 20. And it tends to be, somewhat of a revolving door to have a little more stability, some more continuity, fill some of those gaps on the weekends and the nights. To have more full-time support would be very helpful. And then lastly, our recreation specialist for teens would allow us to have someone dedicated to overseeing our teen programs, teen center, teen membership, as well as our at-risk teen programs. Okay, so for our FY26 operating budget request, for the most part, every line received a 2% year-over-year inflationary increase. There are a few exceptions, and I highlighted those. The first and most prominent would be the contract services line. 15% increase is requested as a one-time in 26 to kind of right-size that line a little bit. Our HVAC system hit 15 years of service this January. So we are seeing much more frequent and much more significant repair needs in our HVAC system. In the past, when we're looking at belts and pulleys, and now it's compressors and condensers and fan motors. So the labor and the parts themselves are much more expensive to replace. So we started rounding out our budget in April this year on that particular line, and we've kind of just tried to pull a rabbit out of our hat and do a lot of different things to try to stabilize there, but it's looking likely that line will need some support in the future in order to maintain what we have in place. Repairs and maintenance, that's a 5% increase. That is something that I put in as a standard marker once the department absorbed the downtown maintenance responsibilities. That helps take on some of those additional costs associated with the downtown, trash cans, bags, cleaning solution, snow removal equipment, things of that nature. And then lastly, library services. The state of Virginia, the Library of Virginia is providing an additional $120,000 in state revenue this year. So we have to offset that through our expenditure line because the state does mandate that we turn around and spend those funds on library materials. So that, while it is offset, will require us to increase that line. And lastly, we've got the Independence Day contract line. This saw a $6,000 increase. The reason for that was not the contract. The contract remained the same. This is just to support the cost of the vendors, entertainment, sound, alcohol, things of that nature. So again, the vast majority of these lines just saw a 2% standard inflationary increase. So here's a breakdown, a little more granular. When we group together our cost, so the first 4 categories, personnel, library services, contracts and repairs, and utilities, make up 96% of our budget. And then programs, advertising, events, fees, and training, 4%. So it's pretty clear where the costs are there. And then too, I just wanted to touch on a few of the delayed projects that'll have some impacts on the department. The basketball court resurface, we were initially targeting 26, that got pushed to 27. Industry standards suggest every 10 to 15 years, we hit year 15 in January, so we want to keep that kind of top of mind. The water park facility demo rebuild, that was targeted again for 26. That needs to be pushed to 32 to 34. That was initially planned and for FY25. However, after doing working with Bowman's engineering, getting design specifications, cost estimation, it was determined that $3.5 million was going to be the cost associated with that project, which was well above our allotted budgetary figures. So we had to kind of pivot at that point. Take the money that we had, try to use it well. So we took care of activity features at the water park, the large outpost, spray cannon, safety matting, and then we took care of the pavilion and the tennis court with those funds. And then the last two, the playground upgrade and the pavilion demo rebuild, those are both 27 targeted projects that got pushed to 31. Both structures are incredibly old, dilapidated, and will require replacement. So just want to kind of keep those at the forefront as well. That's all I have.
Start with Councilmember Javed.
Thank you. No questions.
Hey Jay, thanks for the presentation. The 120K increase in state aid, does that just mean that we have to buy that quantity of books for the library?
Yeah, and it's not solely books, but it's essentially library materials.
Library materials, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
So not personnel?
Nope.
Okay, all material.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you Jay, for the presentation.
Sure.
Did we take out the basketball retaining wall from Casella Park out of like the whole budget?
No, it's still listed. It got pushed to the out years a little bit, but
Okay.
it is still listed.
But it's still kind of, right now, still manageable the way we have it?
Yes.
With the wire stuff? Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Thanks, Jay, for the presentation. Question I have is you have 3 vacant positions. Which ones are they?
So those are long-standing positions, fitness supervisor, aquatics manager, and rec specialist for seniors.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
No questions, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. All right, budget amendment.
We're still not done.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the governing body. No presentation for this agenda, but just to kind of set the stage for the item in front of you. So back in December, the governing body approved the purchase and sale agreement for the B&B movie theater. And that's leading up to that point is a long due diligence period and negotiation, et cetera. And as part of that deal are several components. I won't go into them all of them now, but one of the components is the $1.325 million per tenant improvement. Initially, that was budgeted to come out ARPA funding as part of downtown economic development, which is an eligible use. Unfortunately, B&B took a little bit longer to file for that reimbursement before the ARPA deadline. So we, as the staff, redirected all of that funding that was earmarked for ARPA tenant improvement to a city CIP project, and I believe it's the Parks and Rec item, in order to use all the ARPA funding and report, close out the reporting before the deadline. And so when we took that away, we saved the city CIP money, the same amount that's earmarked for B&B. And so they finally submitted their reimbursement, I think, back in February. And at that point, because we're focused on the fiscal year 26 budget and some of the transition, we forgot to add it to the budget amendment, the A2 that you guys voted on in April. And so this is just to add to the fiscal year 25 A3 budget amendment. And up to $1.325 million tenant improvement, they filed for, the first tranche was $775,000, and that was for consultant work as well as design engineering, because they're in that phase right now where they're getting drawings done. And then the the remainder of that pot, which is approximately 550,000, we're going to add that to the fiscal year 26 budget because we anticipate that that's when they're going to file for the rest of the reimbursement to finish the design process to get permit, et cetera. Now, even though for fiscal year 25, because it's general fund money and because it's part of the fiscal year 25 budget, the mechanic is going to be a general unassigned fund balance fund transfer to the operating budget. And because of that mechanic, then staff would also request a budget appropriation, which is the next item on the agenda. How is this going to be backfillable? One is initially was ARPA funding, so as a total overall, it's net neutral impact to the budget. But we have earmarked another approved development, the K-Hub, to kind of backfill the fund balance that we're borrowing from right now, if that makes sense.
Okay. When is K-Hop coming online?
We anticipate, so there's two components to that. There was the sale, and then what they call deferred compensation. And the sale land, the land sale, we anticipate is based on site plan approval, and we anticipate that to be in fiscal year 26.
Okay.
As of now, while they're going through permitting.
Thank you. Can you remind me, if something were to go awry with B&B, would they need to pay back the tenant improvement that we've already given them?
So that initially under ARPA was sort of a grant, so they are not required to pay us back.
Okay.
How much was it?
The total amount was 1.325 million.
Million?
Yes.
All right, comments, questions, start to the left. Councilmember Sarver. I lost track of which side I'm starting on.
Yeah. No. I don't have any questions.
Michael?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Yeah.
Not right now.
So Keith, with the expenditure of the 500,000 from the unassigned budget fund, what would be the balance? In that
So the
category of item fund?
I'm sorry. So the first portion that they already spent to date is 775,000.
Correct.
The remainder of that 1.325 is added to the fiscal year 26 because we anticipate they're going to use the rest of that for design and engineering.
So how much is it in the line in the unfunded or unassigned budget category, if the 1.3 is taken out?
How much is left?
Yes.
That's a good question. We're talking fiscal year 25. We have to wait till the audit is done, but I think my guess, we'll probably have about 15 mil.
Of unassigned. Oh, so this is just our reserve?
Correct.
I thought there was a different number between our unassigned and our reserve. I thought there was like 2 million or 3 million in that number.
So they're different things. So we're pulling, so reserve and fund balance are for the most part similar in our situation because most of the time at the end of the year, our fund balance is pretty neutral because we have an end of year. Fund balance is just your net position at the end of the year. And then that gets added to your overall fund balance because we did not anticipate to have this in the budget. We have to pull from the overall fund balance. And that was a number that I was referencing, which is, it was 19 to start fiscal year 24, but we haven't finished the years. I don't know what the net position is. To know what the final fund balance is to subtract from that. So I'm just kind of guessing with a margin of error there.
So let me see if my mind is correct, because I'm a little confused.
Yeah, we all are.
Is unassigned fund balance the same as reserves?
So reserves equal to whatever net position you have at the end of the year plus your total fund balance. Now your total fund balance has 5 categories, one of which is unassigned. I don't have the specific breakdown of I think most of our fund balance is unassigned. I think we have a very small amount with committed and restricted, but most of it is unassigned.
Gotcha.
So this is most likely fall under the unassigned. We have plenty of room in the unassigned fund balance for this one.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
So just to piggyback, we have about 15 million after this in unassigned?
That would be my guess at this point without seeing the final net position for 24.
And what is the amount that we have to have, that 15%?
So that depends every year on your operating revenue. For 25, I think it was about 17.
It's about just the shade over 10 million for the 15%.
Okay, thank you.
Could I follow up?
Yep.
So I appreciate that, Keith, your answer. So since we're talking about budget and amendments, where are we with the audit?
I will defer that to Mr. Cole or Josh.
I don't think we've heard anything new since the last email was sent out on Friday that we're supposed to hear this week. So I keep saying it's only Tuesday, but I've been hearing this next week for 2 months, so fingers crossed.
Okay.
Councilmember Moreau?
No questions.
No?
Okay. The motion is that the governing body approve the FY25 A3 budget amendment as presented.
Move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Should I just go right into the appropriations? All right, the motion is that the governing body approve the adjusted fourth quarter FY 2025 appropriation as presented.
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Budget work session.
There's more? There's more?
There's this.
Okay, do we even want to talk 2 cent? Can we just do 1.5 and scratch the whole 2 cent one and not talk about it?
You guys requested it.
I mean, that's fine with me.
You guys requested it.
That's why you were tired. What happened?
I'm not tired. I'm here for the people.
Okay, you ready?
Yep.
All right.
Let's do this.
All right, so I'll go through this pretty quickly. The first couple slides are just regurgitations of the answers to the questions that came in since the 29th. That was all sent out in email, but this is just to make it part of the official record. So just screech me to a halt if you want to talk about any of this as we go. Total salaries by department, so there was 4 questions there. Total salaries, took 2 slides to get that out there. FTEs, including vacancies and where they are. The ARPA positions, again, there are no current positions being funded by ARPA. That every position that remains that was originally funded by ARPA is now in the general fund. Not all these positions started because of ARPA. Some of them were positions that were moved into ARPA when that money became available and then moved back once that money was spent. So this is the overall picture as it stands. There's looks like 7 positions that were funded by ARPA that have been moved into the general fund, and then you can see the 3 that have been eliminated. So here's your 3 scenarios. This is the 1 cent reduction in real estate tax over 10 years. Again, it takes 2 slides, otherwise it'd be super tiny. You wouldn't be able to see it. It might be too tiny as it is. This is, I didn't present the 25 to propose 26 since we've already talked about that and you've already set your rates at no higher than 1 cent reduction. So this is you've seen this before. This is the balanced budget that I presented in April. So so there's going to be no surplus or deficit for the 10 years. So here's what it looks like with 1.5 cent reduction. In fiscal year 26, we'll run about $138,000 short. And then that, not only does that aggregate over the years, it compounds. So $138,000 in 2027 is estimated to be about $141,400. And in 28, $144,936 and whatnot, and on you go. So the total impact over 10 years of an extra 0.5, half a cent reduction is just over $1.5 million in revenue over the 10-year period. Same thing for 2 cents. And it's straight math. It's just double what the half cent was. The extra half cent is the same times 2. So that reduction is just over $3 million above the 1 cent reduction over 10 years. So we're going to talk about scenarios at various enterprise fund rates. So I want to, what I've had the departments do, and half of them have finished, is put together a list of things that they think they could live without, the needs versus the wants. We're having a meeting next Wednesday where I expect to have everyone's input and all the department input, and we're going to look at prioritizing those based on, what the city needs, not what individual departments need. And then I'll be making a recommendation for you at June 3rd on what I think I would recommend, we cut or not cut based on which one of these scenarios you choose. It's complicated by the fact that I also don't know what your enterprise fund rates are going to be, and especially with water and sewer being so much in deficit position that depending on what your rate is, that changes what the general fund ability capacity is. So not knowing what that is, it's going to be, I think I got it down to 9 different scenarios that I'll present on June 3rd, unless I get information between now and then that focuses us a little bit on what the rate should be, or rate you're comfortable with. So this chart just shows you, if you look at the bottom, the advertised rates that I've highlighted. What that means is that's what the impact would be at 1 cent, 1.5 cent, 2 cent, with the rates that were advertised a week and a half ago or 10 days ago or whenever it was in order to comply with the budget requirements. The bottom line, fiscal year 25, in fiscal year 25, you projected increases in the 3 enterprise funds of some amount. That bottom line shows what that deficit would be at 1 cent, 1.5 cent, 2 cent, if you went with the projections that were provided during the 25 budget process.
And what was that percentage?
I don't know what the inputs are, but that's the bottom line. I can find out, but I don't have that at my fingertips. The next slide. Not yet. So one of the things that I wanted to talk about tonight, and I have to talk about it tonight because it would take action by the governing body in order to do this, but the City Hall project, which is not officially completed yet, has 2 projects left in it. One, a service parking lot that is supposed to be built around the time the theater's getting close to completion, and an outdoor movie screen designed to broadcast content, kids' movies or different things in the plaza. I'm not sure what the whole plan was. I don't know if the whole plan was ever developed, but money has been earmarked for that project. The total is about $2 million. And you've got a slide from Keith last week, might have been this week, that had a bunch of things highlighted in different colors, and this is one of those programs that's on there. The parking lot's estimated to cost about $400,000. I think it was 21 or 22 when that was costed, so it's probably going to be cost closer to $600,000 now, leaving $1.4 million for the movie screen purchase and installation. The movie theater was supposed to be open by now, so obviously we're behind schedule. So that money's just sitting there, and we can't. If we decided that's something we want to do, we couldn't do it until the building's constructed, because 3 of the 4 siting options are affixing this screen to the building that is constructed. So we're at least a year, if not a year and a half out before that's even a possibility. I do want to mention that the money in the escrow account is legally restricted. It doesn't have to be spent on those 2 projects, but it does have to be spent on a city CIP project, which includes water and sewer. So what I really don't want to do is I don't want this to devolve into a conversation about whether or not we should do the movie screen, because I'm not taking that off the table. I'm just saying I'd like to repurpose this money now to smooth the deficit in water and sewer so that it's not quite the same hit that it would be without doing this. So I'd like to move 1.2 over. That would leave $200,000, which I would recommend that we continue to work with B&B on their design and have the conduits with the poles laid that would accommodate installation of a screen. Screen's not the big deal for this. I had Daktronics in last week, and they're a provider of the big screens in Times Square in Vegas and whatnot. And they said the complication in our installation is the audio. They don't typically do audio outdoors in a fashion that is designed for surround sound and quality and whatnot. So, but we could get the installation of the conduits and the poles and the control room, which we'd need to have all the switches and electricity to drive the system in the B&B building for $200,000. Won't cost that much, but that's what's left. I'd like to keep a cushion there. So my recommendation is that we repurpose $1.2 million for water and sewer, and then commit to, if by the time we get to the point where we need to commit to prepping the area with conduit and whatnot, and you've decided you don't want to pursue that, then we don't have to do that, and that $200,000 is available for something else. But I don't want to take that off the table, because that's, I think, going to be a much larger discussion, and I don't think we have time to hash that out now. So it doesn't commit the city to pursuing the outdoor screen, but at the end of the day, if we do put in the, prep it to do that, and then we end up not pursuing it, so that would be lost money. But it's relatively small compared to the cost of the entire screen. I asked for bids from Daktronics and another provider of these things just to give us a ballpark on what they are, and I haven't gotten them yet. So I was hoping tonight I'd be able to tell you how much one of those things would actually cost with the installation that we're looking at, but I don't have that. So so that's what I'm asking right now is this something that's palatable for the governing body? Is this something you would support? Because that changes the math on everything else we do in the prioritization of what the cuts are that we'd have to do. So I'd kind of look for a thumbs up, thumbs down at this point on that, because that will inform my work going forward.
Can I get some clarification on what does it mean, repurpose? Because I understand repurposing the escrow. What does shore up mean? What does shore up CIP? What exactly are you saying?
Well, the water and sewer CIP is, it's not exactly here what it is, but it's it's going to cause at least $3.1 million of deficit. So I'm saying that brings it down to $1.9 million.
Is that where
deficit.
the slide where you had the general fund augmenting?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now, are you saying that if we are all thumbs up with this, then we're not going to have to put general funds towards water and sewer anymore?
No, we'll have to put less general fund money towards water and sewer.
So I'd like to see a slide on that, like the way where it's.
Sure. So if you look at the bottom of this one, just subtract 1.2 million from each of those numbers under each 1 cent, 1.5 cent, 2 cent scenario. But I can do that math and tell you what the exact number is. But we're not the only one we're even close to is the advertised rate at 1 cent. If you did your enterprise funds at the rate you advertise and you did 1 cent real estate, the impact to the general fund of water and sewer is only 1.910. It would go down to 700-ish with the 1.2 transfer from the escrow account.
Okay, so, but now we're looking at the 15% increase or the 3% increase, and just wanted to see, so if we did
Those are just examples. Yeah. So any change you make from 0 to 50% would have a different impact on what the
What I
bottom
want to
line
make
is.
sure of is that whether we do thumbs up or thumbs down, that we understand, and that next year, when you present the budget, you're not presenting large numbers again, where, okay, well, we thought we took care of this problem, well, obviously we didn't.
Yeah, that will be, we'll talk about the long-term impacts on June 3rd. Stormwater and solid waste should be okay. Water and sewer has some really big projects that have to be done. This satisfies the vast majority of it, but it won't satisfy all of it. So there will need to be some increase. And then you couple that with the fact that our water rates rose by 7% this year, the amount we have to pay to buy the water.
Mm-hmm.
So there's factors outside of just our plan that affect this. Does that make sense?
Can I follow up with Stacy's question? So if we dump the 1.2 million from the escrow account into the water or sewer for next year, that's just a one-time fix. It compounds the next year. It comes back.
Well, the projects will be done. I mean, we won't have to do the projects again. So the impact of the water and sewer fund is because of the capital projects that have been deferred that are now coming up against a deadline.
Well, I thought this was offsetting the general fund that we would have to contribute.
Well, it is, but so we would use that 1.2 to pay for some of those capital projects instead of having to use the general fund.
Okay.
I know it's late. I don't know if I'm making any sense.
So the general fund money was what we need, that transfer that he had in that one presentation. He's saying that money was for those CIP projects. But now, instead of having to contribute all the $3 million from the general fund to cover those CIP projects,
Right.
we only have to do 3 minus 1.2.
And those CIP projects couldn't be passed on to the future, in future years?
No, we're up against the 2028 deadline. We've known about them for a long time, and we've been kicking them down the road, and it's now time to.
As far as our permit? For
Yeah,
the
we're going to have to do
MSWA
it.
permit.
Well, it's
Yeah.
not stormwater, it is water and sewer, but yeah.
And so the paving, doesn't the movie theater expect us to repave the parking, and we have to do that at some point?
Yeah.
That's your $400,000, that'll probably be $600,000, the parking lot restoration.
Right, so that will still be there, the 600,000?
Yes, I wouldn't recommend touching that.
Oh.
I mean, we can, and then figure out how to pay for it later, but I like the idea of having the money in the bank,
Yeah,
so.
thank you.
You want to keep going?
Yep. Please do think about it, let me know. I'll send out an email at some point to say, hey, do you want me to work up scenarios that involve reduction of 1.2 million in the general fund
It's not like
subsidy?
we can't add it back in a future year, right? Well, from where? I don't know.
I'm
Like
concerned about the compound.
We're kicking
like you said.
the can down the road.
Well, the CIP projects that need to be completed will be done. So the impact that water and sewer is having will go down once we've met the requirements of that expire in 2028. So this is a problem that has compounded over time because we kept compressing up against the deadline, and now it's time to do it. But once it's done, it's done, so.
All right, let's do Digital Drive, please.
Oh, yeah, so Digital Drive, there was some traffic going around about the lease revenue being restricted. It's not, so it does have to be reported in the general fund. The plan, as I looked back in time and watched your meetings as you considered this purchase and what you were going to do with it, was to use $1.2 million-ish to do whatever renovations you need to do to accommodate Public Works. I've talked to Calvin, we still think that's probably a good number. And the lease revenue far exceeds that need, so my recommendation is that we don't earmark in '26 the lease payments, which will be about $578,446, and that will also reduce that because 27, 28, 29 will more than cover what we need to do for renovations to get Public Works in there. And then if we do decide we want to add other features or add other people into that building, once Public Works is in there, we'll have a very valuable piece of property where the current Public Works building is that we can figure out if that's a viable source of revenue to provide the funds to do any further renovation we might want to do at Digital Drive. So I think that's it. Yeah, so this is sort of answering Councilmember Cyberline's question. This is that same bottom line, including the reduction of 1.7, which is the lease revenue, and the 1.2 from the escrow. So I subtracted that from each of these 9 options here, and that's the result down there. Again, I just highlighted the advertised rates because it's kind of hard to see the lines. It's really just to give you a bearing, a landmark as you're looking at the numbers. So, and yeah, well, that is it. So 11 o'clock, straight up.
Comments, questions?
So when do you need direction?
Yeah, so what's the,
Just, like I said, I'd like to know as I'm doing my prioritization of cuts, if I'm going to be cutting, 3 million or 1.9 million based on the Digital Drive thing. The lease revenues, that's easy to do, but the moving of the escrow account would take an ordinance. It was approved by ordinance, you're going to have to unapprove it by ordinance or repurpose it by ordinance. So, and it has to be done this year, or this fiscal year, so.
So
by
you
the end
need
of
an
June.
answer about the movie theater screen.
Correct, if I can repurpose that 1.2 to, for the CIP, the water and sewer CIP.
Okay. Comments, questions, start with Councilmember Trevino.
for the 1.2, yeah, I don't, you can move that to the CIP, and then for the direction-wise, I'm leaning towards the 1.5 with a no water increase.
Yeah, that's not what I'm asking tonight. You'll get scenarios on that, complete scenarios, also with attendant, what it means to service levels in the city on June 3rd.
Would it be easier if we narrowed it down for you, so you just had like maybe 3 options than having 9?
We've already worked up the other ones, so we're just, really for me, it's about whether or not we include the 1.2 or not.
Whether we have more money or not is what he wants to know.
Yeah, so if we move to 1.2, then for the theater funds, then where's that coming from? For the screen, I mean.
If you decide to buy a screen,
Yeah.
we'll have to figure that out later. But if we
Okay.
prep the site,
Yeah.
doesn't have, we're not on a clock.
Right.
We
You
can.
can always add it later, so.
Exactly.
So for now, you're saying just pull that out and put it, yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yep.
All right, Councilmember Morrow.
I'm okay with that.
there's a cost across the street.
It's important for me, I'm not okay with the 1.2 million going into the enterprise funds, but it is critically important that we put the conduits in for the movie theater.
I agree.
So we work with B&B for that to be a future feature, because I know myself, and I think other council members have told the community that there's going to be an outdoor theater, and I'd hate to disappoint. But anyway, yeah, so I'd like to see that happen.
Yeah, we'll definitely prep it for that, because there may be other things that you could, the possibilities that come up with that that having the conduits already run would be useful for, so, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm good with the 1.2.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm okay with the one, too.
Thank you.
I'm okay with the 1, too.
Okay.
The only thing I
And-
have is that the paving, we have to front the bill for the paving.
We don't have to front the bill, we have to pay the bill.
Well, yeah, pay the whole
I mean, we-
bill.
yeah,
Well,
we-
I'm saying, why B&B is not paying for that?
I was not involved in negotiations, I couldn't tell you.
Because, I mean,
I can answer that. So it's not that B&B isn't doing it. The reason why we have to do the parking lot is because that was part of the original project with Norton Scott. And because we knew that the movie theater was coming in, we didn't want to pave it and then have them tear up the parking lot and repave it again. So Norton Scott, while they were helping us recruit the movie theater, earmarked some of that funding for us to finish the parking lot when the time comes. And so that's why they earmarked that in the escrow account for us. So it was their money left over from the bond
Oh,
for
I
this
see.
project.
okay, so it's not city money then?
No, it was the original bond.
Original from Norton
proceeds for this
Scott?
project.
Okay.
That's good to know.
That makes-
Yep.
Thank you.
So even though I said 1.2, I'm okay. I also want to just echo 1.5 on the rate for me and no increase in water is where I'm leaning right now. I just wanted to say that because,
Just in case.
yeah.
And I'm set.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and,
Why
but
not?
I, we're,
I'm
You have
set.
to see the
Same.
presentation.
Yeah, I am. I understand. I've
Another
seen your
way.
slides and,
Okay.
I don't have anything else unless you have more questions.
That's it. Anyone else have any comments, questions?
But just one quick comment. The original plan was for the city to own the screen. And maybe we might be willing to talk to B&B to see if it's part ownership. They own 50% and we own 50% of the screen, or something like that, where they're paying part of the cost of the big screen to show some of their programming or advertisements. But the city has opportunity during the summer months, which is really the only time we're going to need it, can show its movies and things of that nature.
Yeah,
Have
that's-
we consider talking to B&B to see if
That's why I
they're
didn't want to get into a debate
interested?
about the screen, because I have lots of ideas along those lines. As I read the presentation, it's something that'll be used for 3 hours a week on summers and then sits dormant the rest, and that's not useful. So something that incorporates monetizing it with advertising,
Yes.
some kind of a shared opportunity.
Well, it wasn't going to be like not used during the other times because we wanted to advertise at the events and we wanted to do sponsorships. We wanted to actually create a revenue out of the screen. That's the reason why we wanted to own it.
Yes.
So,
okay, so it's
but
going to be a
let's
large
just-
billboard?
Yeah,
A
basically.
light-up billboard
Yeah,
in our downtown?
yeah. That was the idea.
But again, we don't need to litigate that now.
Exactly,
We've
'cause we
got a
need to go
year
home.
before we need to worry about it, and I have ideas as well, because I don't think it was just a proposal, and it hasn't been fleshed out.
Okay, great, thank you. We've arrived at our second public comment time. Is there anyone who would like to make public comment?
Are you sure?
Thank you.
You
All right.
wanted
City manager report.
Oh, yeah.
Please.
Yeah, just two things. I just wanted to let you know that our contract with HGIS expires at the end of July. If the previous contract is any indication, any new one would exceed the number for small procurement, so we're going to need to go out for an RFP on that. So you'll be seeing that coming. I just wanted you to know, in case you saw it advertised, got a Google or something, that we're going to be pursuing that in the next few weeks, so.
What is HGIS? Remind me?
That's our economic specialist, Quentin and Stephanie.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And then the last thing is the Memorial Day flag lowering, which is actually on Friday, May 23rd at 1 o'clock here at City Hall. Just let you remind you of that.
Thank you.
And I have nothing else.
Thank you. All right, everyone, we have no meeting next Tuesday. So I will see you all at the flag lowering, but June 3rd. Motion to adjourn.
Moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion
Hey,
carries.
Carl, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.